In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you all. I have the honor to speak to you today as the representative of the Presidency of the Asian Parliamentary Union, namely the Kingdom of Bahrain, in order to express the ambitions and aspirations of the continent of Asia. From this important platform, the IPU, which is held at a critical moment with increasing and growing challenges and also growing responsibilities towards future generations. We are here to discuss a topic that does not only relate to the future of generations, but also the present during which we shape such a future. Our commitment towards future generations is a moral and legal one. We have to take decisions that do not further burden our children and grandchildren. Ladies and gentlemen, Asian parliaments believe that peace and stability require confidence in the international community and in multilateralism. I'm referring here mainly to the principles of the peaceful settlement of disputes, international law, mechanisms for cooperation between equal partners rather than hegemony by one party over the other. Parliamentary diplomacy is no longer a luxury or a choice. It is a necessity to build bridges of understanding between peoples and further de-escalate tensions so as to best promote international stability and peace. The international arena today is witnessing a number of intricate challenges that are increasing in complexity, in which climate change repercussions are intertwined with the challenges of accelerating technological progress, including AI, which brings its own host of challenges and opportunities. We are also witnessing alarming escalations, especially in our region, and these expose the vulnerability of international order. This puts the international community before a true test of its capacity to truly impose the provisions of international law and protect its strength. This also reflects on the safety of maritime navigation and internal mobility. It causes further uncertainty and undermines opportunities for peace and sustainable development. We must adopt an approach that rests upon multilateral work in order to preserve international peace and stability and safeguard the future of this planet and upcoming generations. We must rise up to our historic challenges, namely the need to legislate and adopt texts that protect the interests of future generations, bridge economic and social gaps, and guarantee sustainability, in addition to the responsible use of technology and artificial intelligence, and also preventing further escalation of conflicts. Ladies and gentlemen, the parliaments of Asia are fully aware that achieving peace and stability and security for future generations is dependent upon our capacity today to adopt responsible policies. Therefore, I call upon more international cooperation between our parliaments in order to support multilateral work and implement international resolutions stemming from our joint responsibility sense and in order to achieve sustainable development. In conclusion, we must face the tremendous challenges of today. We will either be a hopeful source of pride for our future generations or a generation that they regret. We have to participate in building a more just and equitable world. In conclusion, I would like to underscore our support to the candidature of Mr. Khalid Al-Mawali for the post of President of IPU as a representative of the Asian continent. Thank you for your attention, and the peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you.
Distinguished speakers, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me, a senator from Cameroon, Pierre Fondo Garap, to address you at this 152nd Interparliamentary Assembly. As spokesperson for the African Interparliamentary Union. This meeting is being held at a time when the African Parliamentary Union is celebrating its 150th anniversary, a great milestone. 50 years ago, in 1976, in Abidjan, in Côte d'Ivoire, our organization was created to respond to the rightful aspirations for freedom and self-determination of the African peoples. In the context of African independence, the African Parliamentary Union was and remains an essential forum for dialogue, solidarity, and cooperation among the representatives of peoples around the African continent, enabling us to pool our efforts, to share ideas and experiences, and to share a common vision for the region. In terms of parliamentary cooperation, the African Parliamentary Union has played a key role in consolidating young democracies by allowing them a political and diplomatic platform so that they can be heard and indeed respected at the international level. Today, the African Parliamentary Union has 41 members, and it regularly adopts resolutions to promote parliamentarians' contributions to the resolution of crises that we see across Africa and indeed across the world. Speakers, dear colleagues, hope is an act of resistance in the face of the uncertainties of today's world. In fact, hope gives us strength to rise to challenges. Wherever peace is under threat or attacked, we should try to bring it back. We should try to consolidate it through dialogue and with respect for each other's differences and rights. But peace cannot be maintained without justice. There won't be lasting peace without addressing inequalities, and we won't have a lasting peace if others' rights continue to be violated. Justice is the very foundation of peace. So therefore, peace and justice must be at the very forefront of our political choices. We are together, and we have no choice about being together. Thank you.
fractured world, your support is essential to ensure WHO remains a lifeline for millions of people worldwide. Together with the Interparliamentary Union, we invite you to join us at the Global Parliamentary Forum taking place during the 79th World Health Assembly in Geneva on May 20th to strengthen the role of parliaments in global health governance. Thank you all for your leadership and commitment to multilateralism and to building a healthier, safer, fairer world for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dear colleagues, I am now pleased to welcome Ms. Heba Hargas, the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Ms. Hargas is an independent expert on the rights of persons with disabilities, as well as a former member of the Egyptian House of Representatives. She has been contributing substantively to the work of the IPU Standing Committee on Democracy and Human Rights as it develops its next resolution on the rights and empowerment of people with disabilities. Her latest report as Special Rapporteur focused on the political participation of persons with disabilities. Political participation of persons with disabilities, which also highlights the rights of persons with disabilities in conflict situations and humanitarian emergencies, has also been a key focus of the United Nations Special Rapporteur's mandate. Her next report will speak to the issue of inclusive humanitarian assistance, which is at the core of our general debate theme. Colleagues, Ms. Hargas, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, Tulia Akçın, Mr. Secretary General Martin Chungo, honorable members of Parliament, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. As legislators, you hold a vital responsibility, ensuring that the rights and dignity of all people, especially those at risk, are protected before, during, and after humanitarian crises. Among those who depend on your leadership are persons with disabilities. Humanitarian emergencies, whether caused by conflict, climate-related disasters, or displacement, expose the strengths and weaknesses of national systems. They test whether our commitment to equality are embedded in law and practice, or whether they falter under pressure. For persons with disabilities, these moments often determine not only their safety, but their survival. The Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities is clear. States must ensure the protection and safety of persons with disabilities in situations of risk. These obligations become even urgent during crisis. Yet too often, persons with disabilities are left behind, not because of their impairment, but because systems and responses are not designed with them in mind. Early warning messages that cannot be understood, evacuation procedures inaccessible to those with mobility or sensory disabilities, shelters without accessible sanitation, aid distribution that assumes that everyone can queue, can carry supplies, or communicate verbally. These are structural failures that demand legislative solutions. Parliamentarians have the authority to change this reality. You shape national disaster laws, humanitarian policies, budgets, and oversight mechanisms. You can ensure that disability inclusion becomes a mandatory requirement across all emergency planning and response. This includes embedding accessibility standards into disaster legislation, require humanitarian actors to consult with organizations of persons with disabilities, mandating disaggregated data collection so that no group remains invisible, and allocating resources to turn commitment into action. Inclusion without funding is mere rhetoric. You also play a critical role in accountability. Parliamentary committees can examine whether emergency responses reach persons with disabilities, demand transparency from ministries and partners, and ensure that national budgets reflect the need of all citizens. We must also recognize the heightened risk persons with disabilities face during crises. Violence, abandonment, and neglect. Women and girls with disabilities experience disproportionate gender-based violence. Children with disabilities are more likely to be separated from their families. These harms are preventable, and prevention begins with laws that prioritize protection. In October, I will be presenting my report on humanitarian assistance to the General Assembly. It will highlight the reality many of you already recognize. The global humanitarian system is undergoing a profound reset. Rising needs, shrinking resources, and shifting geopolitical dynamics are forcing governments to humanitarian action to rethink how assistance is delivered and to whom. This reset presents both a challenge and an opportunity. If equity and inclusions are not built into this transformative action, persons with disabilities will be again left behind. But if we insist that disability inclusion is a non-negotiable principle of humanitarian reform, you can help shape a system that is more resilient, just, and effective to all. Honorable members, disability-inclusive humanitarian action is not charity. It is a matter of rights, justice, and good governance. Your leadership can safeguard the dignity of millions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our special guests, for the insights that you have shared with us. We really appreciate the great work that you're doing, and we believe the members of parliament have heard you from different parts of the world, different countries, and they will be working harder to ensure your insights feature in the workings of the parliament towards people with disabilities. And just to recognize the wording that is used by the United Arab Emirates, people with determination. Thank you so much. Thank you. Colleagues, that said, we will now go back to continue with the general debate for a few minutes, then we will go to the special accountability section. Okay, so among the few, we will first hear from Rwanda. Rwanda, please, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, Madam President of IPU, dear colleagues, good afternoon. On behalf of the Parliament of Rwanda, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the Parliament of Turkiye for the successful organization of this assembly. Dear colleagues, 32 years ago, Rwanda endured the darkest chapter in its history, the genocide against the Tutsi. The country was about becoming a failed state. The hope for future generations seemed to be extinguished. However, with the visionary leadership, we embarked on a journey of rebuilding unity, peace, and justice. We embarked on the journey of building accountable and strong institutions and inclusive governance. We restored the rule of law and fostered democratic practices that focus on citizen participation. We recognized our national values as the guiding principles that define who we are. Traditional mechanisms were redesigned to provide homegrown solutions to our unique challenges. Rwanda has invested a lot in political and practical solutions that cemented stability and built on inclusive and united society. In the light of this, allow me to highlight only the following. The education for all empowers youth with access to various opportunities in the country and abroad. Youth in Rwanda are among the leaders in the decision-making organs up to the parliament. Gender equality is becoming the norm. Men and women participate both in all instances of decision-making up to the parliament. In fact, 63.8% of MPs are female in our Chamber of Deputies. In this journey, the Parliament of Rwanda plays a critical role through its legislative function and oversight of government activities. Before I conclude, let's remind us as parliamentarians that we should ensure that government policies and programs are designed to advance peace, uphold justice, foster inclusiveness, and inspire hope for the current and future generation. Dear colleagues, to conclude, allow me to take this opportunity to put upright the statement made by the representative of DRC's parliament toward my country, Rwanda. One, I recall once again that there is an internal conflict between the government of DRC and the government and the movement called M23 AFC. And as a matter of fact, there are ongoing talks between Democratic Republic of Uganda government, of Congo government, and the M23 IFC, shifted from Qatar to Switzerland. The Washington Peace Agreement between Rwanda and DRC recognized DRC-backed FDLR as a threat to Rwanda. Therefore, DRC must dismantle FDLR, an armed group responsible for killing more than 1 million innocent people during the genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda in 1994. Let's implement this Washington Peace Agreement instead of taking the precious time of this assembly. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Solin Nyirahabimana, the Vice President of the Senate of Rwanda. We thank you. And now we will listen from Madame Jash, who is representing Unite Parliamentarians Network for Global Health. You have the floor, Madame Jash.
Yes. Thank you, Madam President, Secretary General Chungong, Parliamentarians Network for Global Health. We take this opportunity to extend special thanks to the IP leadership and the host government of Turkey for the remarkable organization of this assembly and for facilitating critically needed peace-building negotiations. UNITE is the only network of current and former parliamentarians dedicated to evidence-based health policies, and we bring together 545 legislators from 120 countries. Allow me to focus on three major messages to this esteemed assembly. First, as parliamentarians, we have to secure sustainability of health financing both nationally and globally. COVID pandemic has reminded us that health challenges have no borders, and yet amidst the crisis and diminishing multilateralism, we see jeopardizing the hard-won gains in public health. As MPs, we have to prioritize the health of our populations in national budgets, and in high-income countries, as parliamentarians, we have to promote stronger investments in international development assistance for health that is at historic low. My second message is that we have to promote women-centered agenda both in parliaments and in global health. The evidence is clear. More women means greater democracies and stronger freedom of countries, yet only 27% of legislature seats are occupied by women. 66% of poorest women have financial barriers, and 20% of poorest women need permission to access life-saving essential health care. This is the status quo that we have to change. Finally, we have to learn from each other how better health policies save lives and bring economic gains to our societies. For example, we can learn from Egypt how to scale up universal health care and hepatitis C elimination, and I'm delighted to acknowledge Professor Ashraf Hatem, the former Minister of Health of Egypt, who drove those critically important changes. We can learn from Australia, United Kingdom, Qatar or Ireland how to save lives from sepsis, and we can promote artificial intelligence in health regulations and support national assemblies in ratification of pandemic agreement. We may not be doctors or public health experts, but we have unique power to save lives, both in times of peace and especially in times of crisis. And let me use this opportunity to extend welcome to UNITE. Please join the UNITE network and join us in Philippines on August 2 and 4 for the UNITE Global Parliamentarians Network. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, UNITE. Colleagues, we now go to the special accountability section or segment on the implementation of the IPU resolutions and other decisions. Colleagues, I would like to welcome you to the 8th edition of the special accountability segment of the general debate. This makes all of us, our parliaments, and this is the chance for you to share the assembly decisions that have been taken and how you have worked on them throughout the world and how you have been able to translate those to national realities for the well-being of the people we represent. We need to implement the decisions we make here. We have a duty to align our actions with our words and translate IPU declarations resolutions, and outcomes into national realities. This segment will deal with accountability on 3 priority areas. The first one is human rights as the IPU priority theme for 2026. The second one is youth participation in parliaments. And the third one is climate action to live in harmony with nature, the topic of our general debate. Before turning to these very important subjects or topics, I'd like to give the floor to the IPU Secretary General, who will present IPU's annual member reporting exercise. Mr. Secretary General, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you for that opportunity. This is one of the highlights of the Assembly because it helps us assess the accountability of our members to their organization. And indeed, accountability on all levels also means that member parliaments need to share details on results accomplished in follow-up to IPU decisions back to the organization. This is something that is provided for in the statutes of the organization, which require members to share details on implementing the decisions and resolutions they adopt during IPU assemblies and meetings. It is also something that is provided for in the strategy of the organization, which lays emphasis on accountability, the accountability of member parliaments to their organization. And to facilitate the process of establishing this accountability, each year a number of parliaments from each geopolitical group are designated to report and answer a questionnaire that the IPU Secretariat prepares and sends in March every year. Of course, all voluntary responses are most welcome. Based on these responses, the IPU Secretary General, that is for the time being myself, the IPU Secretary General prepares a report and presents it at the IPU October Assembly. Last year's annual report of the IPU Secretary General on action by members to implement IPU resolutions and decisions was a very comprehensive report. I would like to start by congratulating those members scheduled to report in 2025. On the screen, I believe the screen, yes, we do have that slide there. You can see the flags of all 38 IPU member parliaments that were invited to answer our survey between March and June. I am happy to inform you that for the third time in a row, for the third year in a row, the level of participation in this exercise is high, with a 76% response rate. By geopolitical groups, you'll see that one had 100% response rate, and the other 5 groups were in the range of 60 to 90%. But just to give you a taste of what our members are sharing with us, we have selected some good examples of actions taken by members as shown on the screen. You can see good practices from Spain on sustainability, Uzbekistan on the topic of freedom of religion, Chad on gender equality, Iraq on the impact of the work of the Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians, Uruguay on youth empowerment, and Vietnam on the issue of health. This year, the member parliaments whose flags are displayed now are scheduled to report by virtue of the rotational cycle established by the Governing Council years back. These members have already been invited to report and share their good practices with us through our annual survey on the implementation of IPU outcomes, which was shared with them a couple of weeks ago. If you have not received our survey, you can download it by scanning this QR code. The QR code is there. The survey is also available online. We hope that all of these members will engage in this exercise and would really encourage responses with concrete examples of follow-up to IPU actions. Of course, as I said earlier, voluntary contributions are most welcome. Madam President, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary General. Colleagues, we first would turn to how parliaments are implementing our 2010 resolution on youth participation in the democratic process. One of the key tools we have to monitor progress is our report on youth participation in national parliaments, which we launched last week. To shed more light on this and to introduce the report's findings, I am pleased to give the floor again to the Secretary General, who will be followed by the report's author, Professor Devin Josh, and the President of the Bureau of... You want her to go first? Oh, okay. And the President of the Bureau of Young Parliamentarians. So in that order, we will begin with you, Martin.
Thank you once again, Madam President. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let me go back to, I'll rewind the clock to 15 years ago. And then that was when we started something that was to change this organization. It is the origin of the youth movement in the IPU. At that time, young people in many countries were expressing frustration that their voices were missing from politics. We all shared a sense of urgency that youth were too often being excluded and that this needed to change. You shared a vision, I say you, your predecessors at the time, you shared a vision of a future where youth are heard loud and clear for decision making. You can see some of those voices on the screens before you today. In response, in 2010, you adopted a resolution on youth in the democratic process. I remember those moments very clearly because, yes, at the time I was not yet Secretary General. I was Secretary of the committee that designed that resolution way back in 2010. And that was in Bangkok, Thailand. And that is why I continue to hold that Bangkok is the birthplace of our youth movement in the IPU. Yes, at the time, that resolution allowed IPU member parliaments to clearly reaffirm their commitment to enhance the participation of young people. This resolution led to many successful initiatives, including the Forum of Young Parliamentarians. I sit here in the company of a distinguished young parliamentarian who is a manifestation of how far we have come. In those days, you would not see any young people on this podium. You would just see middle-aged men and women sitting here and speaking on behalf of youth without the youth being there. So today we have a full-fledged president of the Bureau of Young Parliamentarians, my very good friend Noor. Thank you very much for joining us here. We are very pleased that you're here and you are helping your colleagues to work with us to try to make that forum one that allows the IPU to be the global authority on youth empowerment in Parliament. Indeed, you have helped us, and today I think we have the chair or the consultant who is with us, who is going to brief us on the work that we have done to shed light on the representation of youth in Parliament. The data that we have been collecting over this past 16 years has been used not only by us, the parliamentary community, but also by the United Nations and many other stakeholders who are working to improve upon youth empowerment. And it has been used and has led to the creation of an accountability, a key accountability instrument to help parliaments measure progress in implementing the commitments made in the 2010 resolution. All of this data is then compiled in our reports, and you'll hear about the most recent reports in a moment, and those reports deal with youth participation in Parliament. And today, I am told that we're going to launch the 6th edition of that report, if I'm not mistaken. So, where are we now? Let me give you a sneak preview before our colleague comes in. After years of gradual growth in the numbers of MPs aged 30 and 40 and under, I regret to say that in the last couple of years, progress has stalled. Only 2.8% of MPs are under 30 years of age or under. This is the same proportion as we saw back in 2023. Only 19% of members of Parliament are 40 and under. Only a 0.2 percentage point increase since 2023. These figures should be of concern to all of us. To better understand what is driving these trends, this report went directly to the source, the voices of young MPs themselves. Professor Devin Josh helped us to lead this research, as you have just said, Madam President, and we'll be hearing from him in a moment. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Professor Josh, please.
Yes, thank you. And can we just see if you are a member of Parliament who are in between the ages of 18 and 40, can you please stand up? Members of Parliament between the ages of 18 and 40. It's wonderful that you're here with us. Okay, you may sit down. Thank you for standing up. As our Secretary General has just informed us, the numbers of youth in Parliament have stagnated in the last 2 years. We have a situation where almost 2/3 of the world's population is under the age of 40, but only 19% of MPs in national parliaments are age 40 or younger. And for age 30 and younger, that makes up about half of the world's population. But less than 3% of our MPs in national parliaments are under the age of 30. So we have a lot of work to do so that we can bring in the majority of the world's population to be directly representatives in our national parliaments. Now, the good news is that over 60 of you, young members of Parliament, came and joined us for interviews and told us your views on what is working and what can be done to increase youth participation in national parliaments. And there are 7 things that you mentioned. The first is to lower the age of eligibility to be an MP to 18 years old or to an age lower than what it is now. In some countries, the age of eligibility is even 17 years old. If you align the age of eligibility with the age of voting, then it makes it easier for everyone to remember and more young people have a space to enter into Parliament. Secondly, our report this year found that in the 14 chambers which practice term limits, limiting MPs to no more than 1, 2, 3, or 4 consecutive terms before having to sit out for a session, the percentage of young members of Parliament is significantly higher, almost double the global average for 30 and under, and about 50% higher for those 40 and under. Thirdly, youth quotas for candidates who are under age 40. There are 16 chambers that have youth quotas currently. And in places like Gabon, and is Gabon here? 20% of the candidates must be age 40 or younger. In Algeria, is Algeria here? In Algeria, 50% of the candidates must be age 40 or younger. Okay, the fourth one is to increase the participation of youth in the membership and in the leadership of political parties. 5, to eliminate violence, discrimination, harassment, and attacks against young members of parliament and young candidates, and especially young women members of parliament and young women candidates. The sixth one was to switch to multi-member district proportional representation elections. If there are multiple people elected in a district, it gives parties a chance to diversify the ages of the candidates to include both older and younger candidates. And then lastly, to adopt laws that make it easy or easier to form new political parties and to allow independent candidates to contest elections and enter parliament. We found that newer political parties, those formed in the last 5 to 10 years, had a much higher share of young candidates and young MPs in their parliamentary delegations. So the final point I'm going to make to you is that you can continue to contribute to our efforts to improve accountability and youth representation. And we have interviewed young MPs from 53 countries so far. That means we still have over 100 countries that we still need to talk to. So please do come talk to me after the session or talk to Noor, our president, and we will bring you on board for an interview and learn more about what's helping to improve youth participation in your parliament. Also, what are some of the obstacles? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Noor, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Devin, for this hard-working efforts to bring this work to life. In this report, we also zoomed in on the situation of young women. It showed alarming result. Only 1.2% of MPs are young women aged under 30. This is a 0.2 percentage point drop since 2023, and only 6.9% of MPs are young women aged 40 and under, a full percentage point decrease. This is the first time we have seen decline since the IPU began collecting this data. The report's interviews help us understand why this may be happening. First, a growing limit is violence and intimidation faced by MPs, especially online. All MPs are targeted, but young women often face the worst of it. Another thing is harmful social norms. Too many of us have been told or made to feel that politics is not for us or that our abilities are questioned. A third is that many parliaments are too often still not suitable workplaces for young parents, especially young mothers. Colleagues, we are launching this report in the responsibility for good reasons. We as MPs made these commitments in 2010. We are responsible for delivering on them. It is up to us to reverse these trends and get things back on track. The good news is that this report contains many of answers that can get us there. Some are found among commitments of I Say Yes for Youth in Parliament campaign. Over 1,000 MPs have signed up. Now we must double down on effort to implement these compliments. The report also points to another solutions, including better using politics parties to open doors for young candidates, reforming campaign finance rules to increase access, and bringing more political education to schools to inspire knowledge and interest. Allow me to close this with a well-known saying, if not us, who? If not now, when? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Noor, the President of the Bureau of Young Parliamentarians. Colleagues, as part of this accountability segment, I'm now pleased to give the floor from your seats to 3 delegations who will be addressing us for 2 minutes each. And they will be telling us about their own experiences on why this backslide may be happening and how best to address it. So I would request that we all pay attention to each other so that these experiences can be emulated in our respective countries. So first we will begin with Uruguay, followed by Namibia. Uruguay, you have the floor for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. It's an honor for us to be addressing this assembly. English is not our native language, but I think it will provide us better understanding and less translation, so we'll do our best. As John F. Kennedy used to say, change is the law of life, and those who look only to the past or present are certain to miss the future. I speak today as a member of Uruguay's parliament, a country proud of its democratic tradition, institutional strength, and commitment to rights and freedom. But even strong democracies must confront their own contradictions. In Uruguay, the proportion of young parliamentarians has declined in recent years, and the trend reflects something deeper, a political culture that too often overvalues gray hair and undervalues new energy. Experience matters, of course it does, but when experience becomes a gate instead of a guide, democracy begins to age faster than its people. It's not only as an observer, but from personal experience that I say this. I was presidential candidate in my country at the age of 40. I won my party's primaries. I earned the support of a lot of people, and I was later elected for the Senate. And yet, along the way, I repeatedly encountered the same unspoken barrier. It's not your time yet. So, not because of ideas, not because of merit, but because of age. This is one of the central challenges we face. First, institutional inertia. Seniority is always or often confused with legitimacy. Barriers to entry, economic, political, that make young people's participation harder in every way possible. And as a third, a cultural bias that confuses leadership with the years you've lived. So rather than the value you've created along your way. But there's also a reason for optimism here. Uruguay has taken steps forward in this, has strengthened youth political training, it's fostering cross-party youth engagement, it's opening new channels for participation beyond elections, and there's also experiences that show that young people can do it very well. Our last president was young, he was under 50, and that for Uruguay is a big thing. And also, the task ahead is also clear. We must move from symbolic inclusion to real access, try to reform party structures, expand mentorship, ensure that youth participation is measurable, not rhetorical.
Please conclude.
Yes. If we want democracies to be truly representative, we must ensure that they are not only wise, but also young enough to understand the future that they are shaping. Renewal is moving forward, and we are all in for the future. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, we will now hear from Namibia, followed by Norway. Namibia, you have the floor.
Thank
2
you.
minutes.
Dr. Tulia Axen, President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, distinguished parliamentarians, Mr. Martin Shungon, Secretary General of the Inter-Parliamentary Parliamentary Union, ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinguished honor to address this distinguished assembly on behalf of the Parliament of the Republic of Namibia. Firstly, allow me to thank the government of the Republic of Turkey for the Grand National Assembly of Turkey, as well as the people of this great nation for their gracious hospitality. My country, Namibia, comes to this assembly with pride in our young people, pride in the inclusivity that we have built at the levels of governance and leadership. I stand here not only to highlight our achievement, but to affirm our political choice, that Namibia chose to open space for young people in decision-making, and we have protected that choice. Namibia is home to young parliamentarians who have risen to leadership roles such as deputy speakers, ministers, and deputy ministers. Among them here today is the leader of the Namibian delegation to this distinguished gathering, our vice chairperson and deputy speaker in other jurisdictions, and former member of the Bureau of Young Parliamentarians, Honorable Emma Muteka, who is celebrating her 36th birthday today. Happy birthday, Vice President. Our Parliament champions inclusivity and youth participation through initiatives such as the Children Parliament and the Junior National Council, platforms that prepare the next generations of leaders and help bring issues affecting the youth to national level. Our engagement with IPU Young Parliamentarians program has further strengthened the skills of those already serving at these levels. Most recently, in March, our Parliament, in collaboration with IPUs, held a training on leadership, mentorship, and communication for young parliamentarians.
Please conclude.
Which focused on enhancing the skills of young MPs to improve policies and youth representation. We trust that this training will bridge the gap in parliamentary decision-making. Despite this achievement, challenges remain. Our parliamentarians continue to call for reform regarding support, mentorship, institutional resources to sustain their contribution, while young parliamentarians in rural areas bring efforts to their issues to national agenda. With this propose the enrichment of young parliamentarian caucus and call for better collaboration and cooperation between the young caucus of IPU.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Norway, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for giving me the floor. And I would like to start by echoing the previous speakers by stressing the fact that to be truly representative as democracies, diverse voices have to be included in decision-making. To make sure that young people get to represent, not just to be represented, there has to be a culture of youth participation. There are, of course, different ways to ensure such participation. One way is to make legislative changes that set standards or requirements such as quotas. But as we know quite well, amending legislation can be a lengthy process. But luckily, there are steps to be taken that don't require us to wait for change to happen. It can be started right away. I've been asked to talk about why Norway is able to consistently have a high proportion of young parliamentarians. This, I would argue, is very much due to our strong culture of youth politics. Several of today's top politicians have a background in the bodies of youth parties. I use youth politics as a collective term for political activity among young people, both organized and unorganized, and in Norway from about the ages of 13 up until 25, but never higher than 30. All political parties in Norway have a youth party. It is important to stress that they are not youth wings, but fully independent organizations, only affiliated with the parent parties. Although the youth parties function as a recruitment and training arena for parent parties, they are completely independent and autonomous in the sense that they dictate their own statutes, make their own policy priorities, and the parent parties have no influence over any priority, including who is to be elected for positions. They also receive independent funding. Youth politics in Norway offers an entry point into politics that gives youth the possibility to learn about politics and develop skills in an environment that they themselves control, and also is more forgiving than what politics too often is. But the most important point to underline is that it offers real impact. Through the youth organizations, they put forward candidates for election, they influence policy in parent parties, and they are represented in executive boards and committees within parent parties. And as an example, leading up to elections, youth party leaders even have their own televised debates. I myself was elected in Parliament in 2017 as a 26-year-old, as an official youth candidate. Having the backing of the Youth Party parachuted me into national politics, and in the middle of a field of better-known candidates, I was able to succeed.
Please conclude.
In no way unique. At our election this fall, the youngest elected MP is 19 years old. There are many other aspects I would like to mention here today, and I would welcome anyone to talk to me that are interested in learning about our culture, but I truly believe to foster a great culture for youth politics is what we need to have more young representatives. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, colleagues, for the insights that you have just shared. I encourage all of you, all of us, including myself, to read this report and listen to the voices of the young members of parliament who have contributed to that report and help ensure that we fulfill the promises made when this movement began 16 years ago. It is time to bring back the sense of urgency we had back then, and probably do away with the sentiments such as, it's not your time yet. Colleagues, we now move to the second issue, which is parliamentary action to safeguard human rights. During our last assembly, we decided to choose human rights as our priority theme for 2026. For 2026. Indeed, human rights are at the bedrock of our democratic societies. IPU's work in this area focuses on fostering strong parliamentary input and follow up the United Nations human rights mechanisms, processes, and recommendations. We also encourage parliaments to ratify and implement specific United Nations human rights treaties, those who haven't done so. The IPU also monitors the work of parliamentary human rights committees, carries out capacity building activities with a view to strengthening their capacity to advance human rights, and provides them with an international platform to share experiences and discuss common challenges. In this context, the IPU is keen to continue highlighting the key role that parliaments can play in protecting and promoting human rights worldwide. Reflecting the 2026 IPU priority theme, I am pleased to give the floor to selected members that will report on parliamentary measures undertaken to strengthen the promotion and protection of human rights, including those in our resolutions, as well as best practices regarding the engagement with the United Nations human rights mechanisms and follow-up to recommendations, especially the Universal Periodic Review of the Human Rights Council and the United Nations human rights treaty bodies. Colleagues, I'm going to give the floor now to Chad. 2 minutes. You will address us from your seat. Will be followed by Ghana, 2 minutes. Chad, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la
Thank you, Madam President. Chad reiterates its commitment to the universal values of human rights enshrined in the Universal Declaration of 1948 and reflected in our legal system. Madam President, since joining the IPU in 2008, the efforts of the Parliament in Chad for the promotion and protection of human rights reflect that commitment. And we exercise oversight over our government, and the Parliament has set up internal bodies dedicated to human rights, including the Body for Fundamental Rights and Freedoms, which deals with that issue. In terms of lawmaking, the Chadian Parliament adopted a law on political freedoms and fundamental freedoms, and has adopted laws on election, justice, and civic rights. All of the resolutions adopted on human rights by the IPU have been transmitted to all of the members of our Parliament. The objective is to help parliamentarians exercise their function to promote respect for international human rights law and humanitarian law. The Parliament in Chad in 2025 hosted a workshop on the promotion and protection of human rights, the role of the Parliament. And we work with the National Human Rights Commission, which is an independent human rights institution responsible for promoting and protecting human rights according to our constitution. During the Universal Periodic Review of Chad by the Human Rights Council in Geneva, in its fourth cycle, which is underway, the report was evaluated in 2025, and more than 234 recommendations were adopted. The situation of human rights in Chad has significantly improved thanks to institutional legislative progress, including the adoption of the Code for Criminal Procedure and the Criminal Code, and specific laws on human trafficking, asylum, and the ban on child marriage, and efforts to combat violence against women, the abolition of the death penalty. Madam President, the Parliament has adopted a key law imposing a quota of at least 30% of youth in legislative bodies, and gradually we are trying to promote gender equality, implementing the findings of IPU campaigns on gender equality as well. Chad is now... Thank you, Madam President. To conclude, I would say that our Parliament has adopted steps to promote the participation of young people in politics. All Chadians between or above 25 can stand for election. Nevertheless, Chad is also undertaking further reforms in order to consolidate the rule of law, strengthen access to justice, and guarantee the dignity of all of our people. Thank you.
Thank you. Ghana, 2 minutes, will be followed by San Marino. Ghana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Ghana deeply values its membership of the IPU and remains actively engaged with international human rights mechanisms, including the Universal Periodic Review. We are proud of the commendations that we have received since the November 2022 UPR, especially the recognition of our modest efforts on gender equality, child protection, and legislative reform. Allow me to briefly highlight a few of these efforts. In the recent past, Ghana has enacted the Code of Conduct for Public Officers, passed the affirmative action laws, strengthened the legal framework for universal and free birth registration, passed the social protection law to safeguard the rights of vulnerable persons, initiated the legislation to criminalize witchcraft accusation against women, and amend the Criminal Offences Act to abolish the death penalty. Parliament further amended the Criminal Code to abolish cultural practices that subject young girls to gender-based violence, enslavement, sexual exploitation, forced labor, torture, and inhumane and degrading treatment. The amendment further prohibited the customary practice of child, early and forced marriage or betrothal. Ghana's Parliament also created a new Committee on Human Rights, the first of its kind in Ghana's history, while a new Human Rights Unit has been established within the Parliamentary Service. stakeholders consultation has been institutionalized to enhance coordination with human rights NGOs and state agencies. And with support from IPU and various partner organizations, we hosted our first Human and Children Rights Conference in June last year. In conclusion, I wish to express Ghana's sincere appreciation to the IPU for its continuous partnership and support, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. San Marino, 2 minutes.
Madame la Présidente, collègues, je...
Madam President, colleagues, I'm honored to take the floor on behalf of the San Marino Group, and I'd like to take this opportunity to talk a little bit about the achievements of San Marino in protecting and promoting human rights. Human rights issues have become even more important in recent years in our country because we focus not only on international standards, but on our own efforts to ensure relations with the European Union. Following recommendations adopted on San Marino, we have made great progress in the promotion and protection of human rights by adopting a number of international instruments, but also by adopting the relevant legislative measures based on good practices. For instance, we have the law on civil unions, we have the law on abortion. We have a recent law adopted in 2024 for a national human rights institution. We have oncological laws. We have the criminal code amendments on introducing sexual harassment into the criminal code. And San Marino in 2023 ratified the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women and the optional protocol in 2025. In 2024, San Marino submitted its responses to a questionnaire on measures adopted for implementation. All relevant ministers were involved in preparing the report, and civil society associations as well were invited to contribute to these initiatives. In June 2025, the report was assessed by CEDAW, and as a result, the committee formulated recommendations to strengthen further implementation of the convention in San Marino. Concluding observations and recommendations issued by the committee were shared with the Parliament and the administration of our judicial system in order to ensure awareness raising and incorporate the necessary changes to our legal system. So this requires a constant oversight and attention, follow-up, because forms of discrimination against women are never entirely eradicated, but come in new forms and present new dangers. And there are efforts to make this more widespread. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, San Marino. Colleagues, we go to now the third section, which is parliamentary action to tackle climate change and to live in harmony with nature. Colleagues, this year the IPU is proud to have partnered with the World Future Council to present its World Future Policy Award, which highlights outstanding policy solutions that serve both present and future generations. The award aims to raise global awareness of exemplary laws and policies, helping to accelerate policy action toward a more sustainable and just future. Last year's World Future Policy Award recognized bold and forward-looking policies on living with harmony and future generation. So, as part of this accountability segment, which seeks to highlight good practices from around the world, we will be sharing some of these policies with you. I am pleased to give the floor to delegations with award-winning policies, who will briefly introduce it and then play videos. This is also equally important, dear colleagues, so that we learn from each other and see how our respective policies and laws can change in our respective countries to make sure this goes well. So we have here, we will begin with Bhutan. Bhutan will have a 1-minute presentation and will show us a video. Bhutan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I bring warm greetings from His Majesty the King and the Parliament of Bhutan. It is my privilege to present Bhutan's Biodiversity Act 2022, recently recognized with the World Future Policy Award 2025. We deeply appreciate this honor, which reaffirms our commitment to biodiversity conservation and sustainable development. Bhutan, though small, is proud to be carbon negative, with over 70% forest cover and more than half our land under protection. Guided by our philosophy of gross national happiness, we place environmental conservation at the heart of our development. The Biodiversity Act 2022 provides a strong framework for conservation, sustainable use, and equitable benefit sharing, while recognizing community rights, gender mainstreaming, and traditional knowledge. This award validates our belief that conservation and development go hand in hand. As global diversity faces increasing threat, Bhutan remains committed to sharing our experiences and working collectively towards a sustainable future. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Now we will move to the video for Bhutan.
In the heart of the Himalayas, Bhutan has taken a bold step to protect life itself. The Bhutan Biodiversity Act responds to land conversion, overharvesting, and biopiracy in one of the world's most biologically diverse countries. Deeply rooted in Bhutan's Buddhist worldview, the Act formalizes centuries of respect for all life and embraces spiritual principles such as compassion, karma, and interdependence.
Bhutan development is guided by the philosophy of gross national happiness, which measures progress not only in terms of material wealth, but by balancing economic growth with environmental conservation. We value people, nature, and spiritual well-being equally with the economy.
The Act conserves Bhutan's biological and genetic resources. Today, more than half the country's land is protected, and iconic species like the Royal Bengal tiger are recovering. Both traditional knowledge and farmers' and breeders' rights are protected by the Act. And, through equitable benefit sharing, local and indigenous communities are empowered to innovate while improving livelihoods. Bhutan's Biodiversity Act, as a legally grounded and culturally rooted model, supports living in harmony with nature and is well suited for replication in other biodiversity-rich countries.
Thank you so much, Bhutan. Now we move to South Africa, 1-minute address, and then we will look at the video. South Africa, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. It is indeed an honor for me to present the National Environment Management Biodiversity Act of South Africa. This is the act that is a winner of the World Future Policy Award in 2025. The National Environment Management Biodiversity Act is a pioneering law that protects one of the world's richest natural heritages, establishing the legal framework for conserving South Africa's exceptional biodiversity, spanning around 95,000 described species across 9 terrestrial biomes. Grounded in the constitutional right to a healthy environment, it ensures intergenerational equity through a science-based governance system, safeguarding biodiversity for present and future generations. The Act introduces key institutional and regulatory mechanisms alongside tools such as national frameworks bioregional planning, and biodiversity management plans. Significantly, this Act aligns national action with international commitments, including the conservation on biological diversity and the Convention on International Trade and Endangered Species of the Wild Flora and Fauna. This rights-based model of biodiversity governance offers global inspiration, and we encourage the International Parliamentary Committee to take note and develop and oversee the implementation of similar forward-looking legislation. I thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much. Our video.
Hotspot, one of only 17 mega-diverse countries on Earth. Yet, its natural world faces grave challenges, with 80% of ecosystems under threat and 60% of coastal habitats endangered. The National Environmental Management Biodiversity Act, or NEMBA, adopted in 2004, is one of the world's most ambitious biodiversity frameworks.
South Africans have a constitutional right to an ecological, healthy environment, which means everyone, including myself, has the right to a clean, safe, and healthy ecosystem.
NEMBA protects ecosystems, species, and genetic diversity while promoting equitable benefit sharing for communities. It recognizes indigenous knowledge and traditions and empowers citizens and businesses as custodians of the natural world.
For me, it means being mindful of my choices and actions in relation to the future generation. They deserve to inherit a South Africa where ecosystems thrive and natural resources are protected and restored. Thank you.
NEMBA could become a global model for rights-based biodiversity governance for current and future generations.
Thank you so much, South Africa. Now we move to Spain. 1 minute address and a video. Spain, you have the floor.
Buenas tardes.
A very good afternoon. Dear colleagues, dear President, for Spain, it's a great honor to be here with you today to share with you all our experience in the legislative body in Spain. We've made great progress in terms of environmental protection, and as a result, we have these two laws that were adopted in 2021, the law on climate change and energy transition, with a clear objective to cut greenhouse gas emissions, to ban new fossil fuel production, and to create sustainable energy sources. And then Law 19/2022 is another example. That is a law which is very innovative in nature, and it recognizes legal status to a lagoon with great natural value and a very fragile ecosystem. And we want to protect it more thoroughly. In Spain, we are very clear on the following. Intergenerational justice is absolutely vital. And that's why we need not only to adopt laws, but to implement these laws as well. Thank you very much indeed for your attention.
Okay, the video.
One of Europe's largest coastal lagoons, the Mar Menor, has suffered decades of pollution and mismanagement from agriculture, mining, and mass tourism. Its ecosystem collapsed, with algal blooms suffocating millions of fish. But citizens took action. Guided by legal scholar Teresa Vicente, they launched a people-led initiative gathering over 640,000 signatures to demand protection for the lagoon. In 2022, their fight made history. Spain became the first country in Europe to grant an ecosystem legal personhood. The Mar Menor and its basin now has enforceable rights to exist, to be restored, and to be defended in court.
Se necesita una justicia más amplia que la justicia social, que reconozca la interacción del ser humano con la naturaleza y el valor de esta para ser portadora de derechos.
Now grounded in the Spanish Constitution, Law 19/2022 shows that Western legal systems can accommodate non-human rights without fundamental disruption, offering an inspiring model with real potential for replication. And all this began with one woman's courage to give nature a voice, showing us how vision and determination can spark a paradigm shift for generations to come.
Thank you so much, colleagues. The interventions will continue from the floor, and the Speaker of DRC is going to take over to come as the President of the Assembly and continue with the rest. But as we wait for him to come forward, I'm going to call on the Mr. Samia Suleiman, who is the Speaker of the Parliament of Malawi. 2 minutes. The Speaker of Malawi? Is he here? Okay.
He's not yet here, Madam Chairperson.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Mevlut Karakaya from Turkey.
Yes, thank you. Ms. President, dear parliamentarians, it is a great honor for us to host the 152nd Assembly of the IPU and to welcome you to Istanbul. At the outset, allow me to underline that I consider the IPU's accountability segments highly meaningful. They remind us of a fundamental question: do our decisions truly translate into impact on the ground? On climate change, this is no longer a choice, but a necessity. The issue is not only setting targets, but ensuring their effective implementation. As Turkey, we act with this sense of responsibility. Within the framework of Paris Agreement, we support our 2053 net zero emissions target with concrete steps. Through our climate law, we address emissions reduction, adaptation, and green finance in a comprehensive manner. Recognizing that climate action goes beyond energy policies, we are also transforming our relationship with nature. We prioritize nature-based solutions and continue to expand our forest assets. Our forests absorb approximately 45 million tons of carbon dioxide annually, a tangible indicator of these efforts. Dear parliamentarians, parliaments are not merely part of this process. They are its driving force. Through our legislative and oversight roles, we must ensure this transformation is real. Accountability is not only about reporting, it is about responsibility. Looking ahead, we will accelerate the transition away from fossil fuels and increase investments in renewable energy. We also aim to make COP31 in Antalya in this year an implementation COP focused on concrete action and strong partnership. Ultimately, climate change concerns our shared future. With this awareness, I extend my respectful greetings to all of you. Thank you.
The next speaker is Canada. You have the floor.
Fellow parliamentarians, I'm honored to share how the Parliament of Canada is enhancing youth participation. To answer the question from the panel earlier about youth, I may not be between the ages of 18 and 40, but I look like I'm between the ages of 18 and 40. That's a joke. As we all know, we cannot underestimate the power of youth in contributing to meaningful societal change and protecting democracy. As parliamentarians, we can ensure that parliamentary committees' studies include youth voices, and in Canada, we have. In Canada, young people can get more immersive experience in Parliament by hired by our young student page programs. Being involved in the daily functioning of Parliament as a page offers a unique chance to see democracy up close. Members of Parliament can also host interns through internship programs for recent graduates. Interns are enrolled as graduate students and receive a scholarship. This is a non-partisan opportunity that includes placements with both a government and an opposition MP alongside other learning opportunities focused on Parliament. The Parliament of Canada also provides resources to teachers who want to further their students' civic engagement. For instance, they can bring their students to Parliament for a guided tour. Also, teachers can enhance their own learning through the Parliament of Canada's Teacher Institute, where teachers come from across Canada to meet with parliamentarians and learn from experts about student engagement with democracy. But there are also opportunities for parliamentarians to bring democracy right into the classrooms, such as the Senate S-Engage program, where a school can visit, request and visit from a senator, which I have in myself done. I am immensely proud of the work Canada's Parliament is undertaking to engage youth, but I know that we could be doing more. For that reason, we are keen to hear the other parliamentary approaches to this crucial aspect of democracy. Thank you for listening.
Présent, c'est autour du
Next speaker is Thailand.
Thailand.
Honorable Chair, dear colleagues, the Thai Parliament aligns its climate actions with the strategic priorities of the IPU. We believe in the power of parliaments to transform global commitments into concrete policies, strong legislation and real results. And we are committed to lead by example. The Thai Parliament has started the Green Parliament project, aiming to become net zero by 2032. We are improving how we manage energy, waste, and resources under Green Office standards. On the executive side, our new government has also set a clear path to net zero by 2050 through green economy, focusing on 5 priorities, which as an MP I fully support. First, green agriculture, by promoting low carbon farming, reducing crop burning to tackle air pollution, and supporting better land use. Second, green energy, by expanding renewable energy, smart grids, and encouraging both communities and the private sector in clean energy production. Third, green transport, by speeding up the use of electric vehicles and improving public transportation system. Fourth, green standards, by developing carbon markets, promoting green finance, and pushing related laws such as the Climate Change Act to serve as a key tool for systematic management. Fifth, green space, by protecting and restoring and expanding our green and blue areas to increase our capacity to absorb greenhouse gases. At the same time, Thailand is strengthening climate resilience, better disaster prevention, early warning system, and water management to cope with the ongoing climate crisis. Dear colleagues, Thailand is working with strong commitment to transition to a green economy and improve our climate adaptation. We stand ready to work with all of you to build a more sustainable for all of us. Thank you.
I now give the floor to Algeria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may, I would like to make a three-pronged observation. The Algerian Parliament underscores that the implementation of the recommendations and decisions of the IPU is a procedural obligation for us that falls within our national vision, which considers that parliaments are called upon to move from just a follow-up mechanism to an initiative-taking organism. in order to legislate and adopt public policies that are truly influential and that affect the future of our generations. The Algerian Parliament is always keen to include the recommendations and decisions made by the IPU into our legislations and national laws. We also work on raising the awareness of public institutions about these decisions and recommendations so as to improve the synergy between our national policies and the priorities of the IPU. Now, when it comes to the youth and women, the Algerian Parliament considers that empowering women and the youth is a primordial pillar for renewing and revitalizing the political life and also to guarantee the sustainability of political institutions. We have established a parliamentary network of youth involving 92 members out of 407 members, including 11 women. This network has adopted an operational program that rests upon political participation, information, awareness raising, and parliamentary diplomacy, among others, so as to promote the participation of young people, namely young women, in decision-making initiatives. The Algerian Parliament has also established a children's parliament within the current legislature. This is a proactive movement in order to build a generation that is fully aware and cognizant of the importance of citizen participation. Legislatively speaking, the Algerian Parliament has ratified the electoral law, which makes it mandatory for parties to consecrate at least half of their candidatures for young people of under 40 years of age. This goes in line with the IPU strategy. We have also ratified the political parties law that promotes the political rights of young men and women and their participation in all national and local institutions. Now, when it comes to supporting human rights, the Algerian Parliament continues to work on strengthening human rights respect in line with international obligations, including the Universal Human Rights Declaration, which recognizes in its first article that all human beings are born free and equals in rights and dignity. The Algerian Parliament in April of 2026 ratified the law on criminalizing colonialism because Algeria is fully committed to the defense of the just causes of people's freedoms and liberties and also stemming from our historic responsibilities. When it comes to climate change, the Algerian Parliament has launched an initiative establishing a parliamentary network Thank you, Mr. President.
Merci beaucoup. On va passer la parole.
Thank you very much. Portugal is the next speaker, to be followed by Ukraine. Portugal, you have the floor.
Madam President, dear colleagues, it's with great pleasure that I intervene in this special segment of Accountability for Parliamentary Action for strengthening the participation of young people, to share a practice of Portuguese Parliament of the Republic that I consider especially relevant in the Youth Parliament Programme. It's more than an education initiative. This program is a real exercise in bringing Parliament and young people closer together. It's a concrete way of showing that representative democracy is not limited to periodic voting. It is also built through participation, debate, listening and learning the rules of democratic deliberation. The program has been in existence since 1995, has been consolidated and strengthened over time, and is organized into 3 successive levels of representation. First, in the school itself, where students form lists, campaign, participate in debates, go to elections and hold a school session. It is there that they approve a draft recommendation and elect the representatives who go on to the next phase. Then, at the district or regional level, the elected students of each constituency meet, debate the proposals, again approve a draft recommendation of the constituency, and re-elect the young deputy MPs who will represent that territory in the national phase. Finally, in the national session, in the National Assembly, young people meet in the committees and plenary. On a pedagogical side, the very logic of the political representation from the base to the center of democratic decision-making. There is also a very important element. Members of the Assembly of the Republic are called upon to participate in this process. So we want to make sure that the contact between young people and the Assembly is good. We have overcome more than one schools in this program. It has come to a reality of more than 2.5 million students since its creation in 1995. This is a very good experience, large scale, and present in all over Portugal. It's a closer proximity of schools, children, young people, and Parliament. The debate in the Commission, the plenary, the negotiation, and the voting. The Youth Parliament.
À présent, passer la parole à l'Ukraine.
Sorry, I had to cut you off. I now give the floor to Ukraine. We have to respect 2-minute speaking limit.
Colleagues, at a time when fundamental human rights are being systematically violated by the Russian Federation, an aggressor state waging terror against civilians and infrastructure, Ukraine's parliament stands as a pillar of protection, accountability and dignity for our people. We ensure strong oversight throughout the Ukrainian Parliament Commissioner for Human Rights and align our laws with international standards. And we give special protection to indigenous people and their culture, Crimean Tatars, expelled by Russia from their native land for their rejection of Russia's illegal occupation. We help Ukrainian children deported by Russia return to their families and reforming child care facilities. We have ratified the statute of the International Criminal Court and are creating a special tribunal for Russia's aggression and a claim commission so that every person whose home was destroyed by Russia could demand compensation. We have started paying compensations throughout our state programs and will claim these funds from Russia. We are assisting survivors of sexual violence in line with the Convention of the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. This winter, Russia's attacks on energy systems deprived millions of heat and water. As a parliament, we respond with action, coming to communities, providing warm clothes, agreeing with businesses and donors to find new generators for heating and water utilities. Whatever Russia does, we will stand with our people, and we will always affirm our ironclad commitment to human rights. Thank you.
Vous pouvez chuter. Vous avez fini. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. You've now finished, and we give the floor to Zimbabwe to be followed by Tunisia.
Zimbabwe. Si le Zimbabwe n'est pas...
If Zimbabwe is not present in the room, then I give the floor to Tunisia. Tunisia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. In implementation of the decisions and resolutions adopted by the IPU, Tunisia reiterates its commitment to supporting parliamentary action pertaining to countering the negative impacts of climate change and protecting the environment, in line with our constitution, which stipulates the necessity to protect our environment. The Tunisian parliament has engaged actively in international fora pertaining to climate change, biodiversity, and other environmental topics. We have also been involved in supporting parliamentary diplomacy in this regard. The Tunisian parliament continues to play its supervisory role and to put forth initiatives pertaining to the safe disposal of waste and the countering of pollution, but also adopting strategies to adapt with climate change. We also work on developing our legislative framework by adopting laws that aim to improve the management of waste, to encourage green environmental projects, and also encourage green businesses in line with our commitments under international law, namely as per the Paris Agreement. We underline once again the importance of ratifying and also revisiting the laws pertaining to the environment in order to achieve sustainable development goals and guarantee the right of future generations to enjoy a safe and sound environment. We are mainly active in this field by ratifying numerous laws in this regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I now give the floor to Teresa Bellman from the World Future Council.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues and trustees of our collective future, I'm speaking regarding the World Future Policy Award winners that were featured earlier in this segment. Since 2007, the World Future Council have worked with decision makers to embed future just policies at all levels of governance. Our World Future Policy Award raises global awareness of exemplary laws and policies, each year focusing on a topic where progress is particularly urgent. In 2025, the award, in partnership with the International Union for Conservation of Nature and the Inter-Parliamentary Union, focused on living in harmony with nature and future generations. The award celebrated laws promoting biodiversity, regenerating ecosystems, and recognizing nature's intrinsic value. A sincere thanks to the IPU for featuring our awardees in this accountability segment, and of course to the esteemed members of Parliament from Bhutan, Spain and South Africa for introducing the policies, as well as to the communities behind these outstanding initiatives. A brief mention must also go to our further 2025 award winners. These include the 2022 Law 287 on the rights of nature and related state obligations from Panama, the National Environment Act of Uganda 2019, the 2017 Te Awa Tupua Act from Aotearoa, New Zealand, and the BB&J Agreement under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Information on all of these inspiring and very replicable policies can be found in the flyers distributed around the room, and we at the World Future Council stand ready to support you in the design, replication, and implementation of future just governance solutions. Nature can live without us, but we cannot live without her. We urge the parliamentarians in this room to integrate this essential truth into your political mindsets and to lead as good ancestors for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. And with that statement, we arrive at the end of the list of speakers for that segment. We will take a few minutes now just to receive the list of speakers for the next segment.
Alors, nous allons commencer par...
So we'll begin with the Commonwealth Parliamentary Organisation. You have the floor, if you're in the room.
May I take up the chair now?
Yes. Okay, all at once. Wait a minute, I need to make sure I have the right speech.
Just right after.
Madame.
Vous avez la parole.
You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, honorable speakers, distinguished parliamentarians, colleagues and friends, it is a great honor to address this distinguished gathering of the Inter-Parliamentary Union here in the historic city of Instabul. In case many of you are wondering what CPA means, it's Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, for whom I represent many of my colleagues in the 56 member countries. Let me say at the outset how sincerely thankful we are to the IPU, particularly Madam President and the Secretary General, for its continued leadership in strengthening parliamentary diplomacy and multilateral cooperation. The Commonwealth Parliamentary Association and the Inter-Parliamentary Union share a long-standing and productive partnership. Together, we're united by a common purpose to strengthen institutions, uphold the rule of law, and ensure that parliamentary remains at the heart of governance and accountability. Today, the mission has never been more important. Across the world, parliaments are navigating an increasingly complex landscape that is marked by geopolitical uncertainty, as many of you have said, economic pressures, rapid technological change, and growing public expectations. At the same time, trust in democratic institutions is being tested in many jurisdictions. In this context, our collective responsibility as parliamentarians is clear: to ensure that our institutions are resilient, inclusive, and responsive to the needs of the people we serve. At the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, we have placed responsibility at the center of our new strategic plan for 2026 to 2029. Our focus is threefold. First, we are strengthening parliaments, supporting institutions to be more effective, inclusive, and independent. This includes advancing gender equality, promoting disability inclusion, and supporting small and vulnerable jurisdictions. Secondly, we are investing in parliamentary professional development, equipping members and parliamentary staff with the knowledge, skills, and confidence needed to address today's challenges. And thirdly, we are promoting Commonwealth values. These include human rights, sustainable development, peace, and through stronger global engagement and partnerships. Our collaboration with the IPU is central to this work. Whether through research on gender equality, shared advocacy on parliamentary standards, or cooperation on international forums, our partnership demonstrates the power of working together to achieve greater impact. As we look ahead, there are three areas where I believe our collaboration can be further strengthened. First, in promoting inclusive parliaments, ensuring that women, young people, and persons with disabilities are fully represented and able to participate meaningfully in parliamentary life. Second, in supporting democratic resilience, particularly in times of geopolitical transition or challenge, through peer learning, dialogue, and technical assistance. And thirdly, in amplifying the voices of parliaments on global issues, from climate change to sustainable development, and ensuring that parliamentary perspectives are reflected in decision-making. Excellencies, the strength of our institutions lies not only in their structures, but in the values that underpin them: transparency, accountability, and service to our citizens. By working together, the CPA and IPU can continue to champion these values and support parliaments across the world in delivering their people. In closing, allow me to reaffirm the CPA's commitment to our partnership with the IPU and to our shared mission on strengthening parliamentary democracy. Last but not the least, let me, on behalf of the Commonwealth Parliamentary family, thank the outgoing Secretary General, Mr. Martin Chugong, for his excellent collaboration and collegiality with us during his term of office, and we in the Commonwealth wish him well in his future endeavors. I thank you, and my name is Honorable Dr. Christopher Kalila. I am a Member of Parliament in the Zambian Parliament, but presently the chairperson of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association International Executive Committee. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is the Future World Council. You have the floor.
Future World Council.
Vous avez la parole.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, honourable colleagues and stewards of our collective future. Since 2007, the World Future Council has worked with decision makers to embed future just policies at all levels of governance. We welcome the timely theme of this debate, noting the urgent need for the global parliamentary community to protect, respect, and fulfill the rights of present and future generations. The equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family, as enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and all other rights instruments, are in no way temporarily limited. Parliamentarians have a special responsibility as guardians of the long-term public interest to pursue intergenerational justice. To cultivate hope, we must break free from mindsets constrained by electoral cycles and instead embrace long-term, holistic and equitable governance fueled by intergenerational and inclusive dialogue. In particular, due to their proximate position to future generations, the perspectives of youth on the societies that they will inherit must be afforded special weight. Inclusive dialogue, of course, includes women, minorities and Indigenous peoples, the latter as holders of invaluable knowledge on the continuum between past, present and future, and the linkage between humankind and the ecosystems on which we depend. We are witnessing disproportionate and disastrous impacts of climate change and mounting pressures on our Earth. The unsustainable depletion of resources essential to future human life violates international law and amounts to intergenerational discrimination. It is your responsibility as representatives of the people present and future to prevent this. Likewise, it is essential to avoid burdening future generations with the consequences of armed conflict. Exorbitant military spending and nuclear expansion only inflates distrust and is counterproductive to building a lasting culture of peace. In accordance with the Pact for the Future, we urge parliamentarians to prioritise the development of institutionally enshrined, legally mandated and independent mechanisms to embed effective future-proofing across political structures. The IPU can, of course, lead by example in this regard. By institutionalizing the rights of future generations through a resolution and the creation of an appropriate representative body. Representatives of the people, use your chance to be good ancestors for generations to come. The World Future Council stand ready to support the international parliamentary community to achieve a future just world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Estonia has the floor.
Honourable Chair, distinguished colleagues, the main message of my speech will be, in a war, everyone loses. Hundreds of millions of people are in war. Tens of millions have been forced to leave their homes or even their homeland. These are not stories from history book. Unfortunately, they reflect our own times. Directly or indirectly, these wars touch everyone in the planet Earth. This is, for example, confirmed by the drastic rise in the price of oil and other raw materials across the world. We're all paying for the war. There's a real risk of stagflation, where economic growth slows down, while inflation, which is also known as the war tax, accelerates. This will not make any of us richer. And is this the legacy we want to leave to future generations? The answer is no. We live in an era of a great power rivalry. The rules-based world order is fading, and it has been replaced by force, by military and economic power. This painful truth was stated loudly, clearly, and convincingly by Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney in Davos, Switzerland. This is an extremely dangerous trend that we all must stop together, because none of us knows who will be the next victim of force. It could be you yourself, it could be your country. We must return to a rules-based world order, cooperation and negotiations. However, an essential prerequisite for achieving this is that war crimes will be punished. For example, Russia's accountability and punishment for war crimes in Ukraine is a preventive prerequisite of utmost importance in averting future acts of aggression. At this point, it is fitting to conclude in the spirit of Hemingway with words of John Donne. Never send to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for you. When the world loses a single person, it makes you poorer as well. The world is a wonderful place to live, but on one condition: there must be no war. May there be peace in the world and in all your hearts. Thank you for your attention.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Pakistan will be our next speaker, to be followed by France.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable President, fellow parliamentarians, Assalamu alaikum. We meet at the time to perform concern and the painful loss. The continued mayhem in Gaza, unending miseries, innocent men, women, children in Lebanon, war cloud hovering over the Persian Gulf. Ladies and gentlemen, at the time when the world faces growing uncertainty, Pakistan has shown the role as responsible and active voice for peace. Our sincere diplomatic efforts are the best displayed. Holding Islamabad talks start and through the combined leadership of the Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif, Deputy Prime Minister Ishaq Dar, and the Chief of Defense Forces, Field Marshal Syed Asim Munir. As our leadership strive re-engaged, two sides of the second round soon in Islamabad, inshallah. I implore upon the global parliamentary leaderships, raise the voice, take tangible action, support Pakistan drive. There can be no democratic, peaceful world order if the India keep denying Kashmiris their birth right of self-determination and Israel keep ignoring every human dignity and respect for the international law, Gaza, West Bank, Lebanon, Syria, and elsewhere. Ladies and gentlemen, the Democrats not fight each other. They fight out the problem together. It is time to people choosing representative. We fight hunger, disease, climate chaos, mass migration and literacy together and build better, bright world for our future generation. I thank you all.
Merci.
Thank you very much indeed. France will be our next speaker, to be followed by Turkiye. And France will have 2 minutes. President, parliamentarians, today's reality shows how important it is for parliamentary democracy to address peace, since we see humanitarian emergencies and conflicts in many countries all over the world, and that was what we discussed in our emergency item. In 2024 in Geneva, in the IPU Assembly, we discussed the key role of parliamentary diplomacy in building links and cooperation between peoples. And I already spoke on behalf of France on that issue, which remains relevant today. And once again, I'd like to focus on human rights and future generations and stress the importance of protecting the rights of women and girls. This is a constant battle, and it's a sign of the progress that humanity has made, and we must remain vigilant and continue to ensure that that progress is made. In February 2026, in the French Parliament, I introduced a report on feminist diplomacy in a global context where reactionary conservative movements are trying to undermine progress in the rights of women and minorities. And it's vital to strengthen a diplomatic approach that puts gender equality and fundamental rights at the very heart of French and European and international foreign policy. Feminist diplomacy attempts to make gender equality a structuring principle for international relations in order to protect sexual and reproductive rights, protect women from violence, and promote the political and economic participation of women all over the world. So I'm going to try and shorten my statement just by saying that parliamentarians, it's up to us to address these major challenges, to adopt relevant laws, to exercise oversight, and to ensure that the necessary funds are available to implement these goals, and to speak up for our peoples wherever we can in parliaments where we are deciding on our future. Thank you very much. Thank you. Turkiye will be our next speaker with 5 minutes.
Puisqu'ils sont sur la
because they're on the B list. Thank you. 5 minutes.
Distinguished parliamentarians, esteemed participants, as the Grand National Assembly of Turkey, we are truly honored to host the 152nd Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union. Welcoming you in Istanbul, a city where continents, cultures, and civilizations converge, is not only a privilege for us, but also a powerful symbol of dialogue, coexistence, and our shared responsibility for the future. I extend my sincere greetings to each of you and warmly welcome you to our country. This year's theme, Nurturing Hope, Securing Peace and Ensuring Justice for Future Generations, this theme is not only relevant, it is urgent. Because we are living in a time when hope is fragile, peace is increasingly challenged, and justice is too often delayed. Today, the world is going through a period of profound transformation. Global power structures are shifting, long-standing norms are eroding, and institutions that once upheld stability are struggling to maintain their effectiveness. We are witnessing a growing disconnect between power and legitimacy. And as this gap widens, the foundations of the international order are being weakened. What we are facing today is not a temporary crisis. It's a structural turning point. A moment in which the global system is being tested in its ability not only to prevent crises, but even to respond to them effectively. Distinguished parliamentarians, in recent years, the developments in the Middle East have become one of the clearest reflections of this global fracture. What began as a humanitarian crisis has evolved into a serious test of international legitimacy. Cities have been devastated, civilian infrastructure has been destroyed, and innocent lives, especially children, have been lost on an unacceptable scale. In the face of such suffering, the inability of the international community to act with unity and determination points to a profound crisis of consciousness. At the same time, the increasing frequency of attacks and the targeting of civilian areas signal a dangerous trend, the expansion of conflict. And this expansion carries risks that go far beyond the region, because today's geopolitical tensions are deeply interconnected. They are shaped not only by direct confrontation, but also by proxy dynamics, competition over energy and trade routes, control of data flows, and strategic choke points. In such a complex environment, even a localized crisis has the potential to trigger systemic global consequences. For this reason, we as parliamentarians cannot afford to remain passive. We cannot treat these developments as distant events. We must approach them with a sense of responsibility, with strategic awareness, and with strong political will. Distinguished parliamentarians, the nature of conflict is changing. War today is no longer confined to battlefields. it directly targets civilian life. Water systems, energy infrastructure, health services, the very foundations of human existence and being deliberately undermined. And once again, it is the most vulnerable women, children, and youth who bear the heaviest burden. Let me state this clearly. Hope is built with determination. Peace requires consistent and collective effort. Justice cannot be postponed. Yet today, we see a world marked by contradiction. On one hand, unprecedented technological progress. On the other, persistent poverty, growing inequality, and widespread hunger. Millions of people continue to struggle for the most basic necessities, and the fact that we remain far from achieving the goal of zero hunger is a stark reminder that we are facing a deep global justice crisis. Distinguished parliamentarians, parliaments are not merely institutions that pass law. They are the embodiment of the will of the people. They are the conscience of our societies, and with that role comes responsibility. We must speak up, clearly, courageously, and consistently against injustice. Those who remain silent in the face of injustice do not only abandon the truth, they also lose their honor. Esteemed participants, the world we leave behind for future generations will be shaped by the decisions we make today. This is not an abstract responsibility, it's a concrete obligation. Turkiye has approached the Syrian displacement crisis with strong sense of humanitarian responsibility. Hundreds of thousands of children have been integrated into the education system, and tens of thousands of young people have gained access to higher education. Distinguished parliamentarians, Turkiye, guided by its deep-rooted state tradition and the principle, peace at home, peace in the world, will continue to advocate for a more just, more inclusive, and more balanced international order. Today, the need is clear. A global system that is more representative, more inclusive, and more fair. A system where justice prevails over power, where rights are protected not selectively but universally. Turkey's position is clear. The world is bigger than five. This is not merely a slogan. It's a call for reform, for fairness, and for a system that reflects the realities of our time. Mr. President and distinguished parliamentarians, we will continue to work with determination and sincerity for a more just international order. I thank you for your attention and extend my deepest respect to you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you. Now the Partnership for Maternal, Newborn and Child Health will take the floor. PMNCH, you have 3 minutes.
Excellencies, honorable speakers, distinguished members of parliament, it is an honor to be here in front of you representing the Partnership for Maternal, Newborn and Child Health, which is the largest alliance for women's, children's and adolescent health in the world. Across the world, from Gaza to Khartoum, from Lebanon to Turkey, we are seeing that humanitarian crises are compounding with multiple crises. Economic hardships, high cost of living, financial constraints, and the violation of international humanitarian law are conflicting at a time where climate crisis is also on the rise. In the midst of all of these challenges, it is women, children, and adolescents who are the most vulnerable, who are also the most affected. They are also the bedrocks of our future, and yet, in all of these crises, their rights, including their right to health, is the first to be compromised and often the last to be restored. At this difficult time, the topic of this assembly, the theme of this assembly, which is to nurture hope, secure peace, and prosperity for future generations is a call to action, especially from an equity perspective for the most vulnerable and marginalized women, children, and adolescents. For example, 64% of all maternal mortality happens in conflict and humanitarian zones. As the financial constraints are crippling global economies, countries are unable to invest adequately in health systems, especially for women, children, and adolescents. As official development assistance is reducing, countries are unable to absorb the shocks that they are facing. So the Partnership for Maternal, Newborn, and Child Health really urges parliamentarians through their constitutional levers and prerogatives of legislation, budgeting, and oversight and representation to ensure that these vulnerable and marginalized population groups are adequately protected, because we must be clear that there can be no peace without the health of the future of our societies. Without our mothers, we would not be here, and we were all children and adolescents once. And without their health, there can be no peace and prosperity. The partnership, therefore, urges 4 actions. 1 is to ensure that the health and services for these vulnerable population groups are continued even during conflict and crisis. 2 is to ensure that there is adequate financing for the provision of these services for women, children, and adolescents. 3, that there is inclusive accountability for the health and well-being of women, children, and adolescents, including during conflicts and crisis. And 4, to ensure that there is adequate representation of these population groups in the halls of power. We applaud the Interparliamentary Union for their push towards increasing women's leadership and the participation of young MPs in these decision-making processes. PMNCH is here to support you. The partnership has a few initiatives that we offer to parliamentarians. For example, the initiative of sitting heads of state being chaired by His Excellency President Ramaphosa, called the Global Leaders Network, is convening 12 heads of state who are stepping up to champion the issues of health and well-being of women and children and adolescents at the highest political levels. Secondly, the Parliamentary Network for Women's, Children's, and Adolescents, which is being convened by Honorable Madam Speaker Didiza of South Africa, and which met yesterday, in fact, is convening speakers and parliamentarians with a mandate to advance these issues. And this network is also supported by the IPU, including Honorable Oral Atanizova from the IPU Health Committee. And lastly, we're also convening civil society stakeholders through the Collaborative Advocacy Action Plan initiative, which brings different constituencies together to ensure that the lived realities of populations are reflected in the policies that are made, and also that commitments that are being made by decision makers translate into action for these vulnerable population groups. Honorable parliamentarians, honorable speakers, this is an urgent time. If we act together, we will be able to ensure not only our well-being, but the well-being of future generations. And if we do not act together, we stand at a moment of peril. We urge, as the IPU has urged, consensus, dialogue, and multi-constituency effort for partnerships for the most vulnerable and marginalized population groups. If we fail women, children, and adolescents, we fail the very foundation of our collective peace and prosperity. I thank you for listening, and please do not hesitate to reach out to me. Thank you, distinguished excellencies.
Merci beaucoup.
Many thanks. The delegate of Peru will be our next speaker for 1 minute.
Buen día.
A very good afternoon. Thank you, President. Nurturing hope, securing peace, and ensuring justice for future generations is the theme of this general debate. and nurturing hope, first of all. How can we do that? We need to generate hope. Can we really have trust in a society of double standards, hypocrisy, people who go to church every day and claim to be rightful and then become child murderers or murderers of young people or women and children? Can we really have faith in a world so full of blood, a world in which our governors and leaders continue to act in such a way? They have psychological problems. They have no right to put an end to the lives of these families all over the world. Why? How can our young people have hope in such a world? The children of Gaza, can they really have hope? No. Their right to life, health, housing, and education have all been denied. Securing peace now. What peace can we possibly talk about? The peace of cemeteries? The peace of parents silently burying their children because of the fault of certain genocidal, murderous leaders? Enough. We demand that the UN intervenes for the sake of humanity. Enough double standards. We need to show compassion. We need to be human beings, and there will be no peace for as long as blood continues to run in our streets. There will be no peace for as long as there is hunger. There will be no peace for as long as we all remain indifferent to the deaths of innocent people. At the last IPU Assembly, in Iran, Lebanon, no one spoke of genocide or the murder of children. There was no talk of the destruction of hospitals. So who is following the news? Do we ever talk about genocide? Will we talk about it at the next assembly in Tanzania? Will we ever react? Ensure justice for future generations. Well, what justice are we talking about? The justice of impunity for murderers and the genocide of children. What justice are we talking about? The impunity of those who destroy schools, hospitals, and houses. There can't be any justice in this world at present if the murderers aren't held to account, if we remain accomplices to this indifference. We need to be actors. We need to take action in order to defend the human race. Thank you for your attention. Professor Gonzalez, I'm from the Assembly of Peru. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. The representative, the delegate from Japan will be our next speaker. For 2 minutes, you have the floor.
I am Hiroyuki Kada, Deputy Head of the Japanese Delegation and a member of the House of Councillors. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak at this 152nd IPU Assembly, where parliamentarians from over 120 countries gather. My hometown, Hyogo Prefecture, was struck by the great Hanshin Awaji earthquake in 1995, 17th of January, claiming the lives of more than 6,000 people. At that time, I covered as a journalist the efforts of those working on recovery and reconstruction, which made me aware of the importance of life as well as the significance of politics. This became the foundation of my aspiration to become a politician. The Build Back Better concept, advocated by Hyogo Prefecture during the recovery process following the earthquake, has now become the global standard for disaster recovery. In numerous disaster recovery efforts, the principle of creative reconstruction, aiming not merely to restore conditions to pre-disaster levels, but to achieve a better recovery, has been carried forward. Here in Turkey, which, like Japan, is a country prone to earthquakes. The 2023 Turkey-Syria earthquake caused extensive damage. However, there has been mutual support at national and regional levels. Hyogo Prefecture, based on creative reconstruction, used a relief fund created by the people to support children orphaned by the earthquake and provided training for disaster prevention and mitigation. Recently, we have been deeply saddened by the destruction caused not only by disasters, but also by wars and conflicts in various parts of the world. We here at the IPU Assembly need to extend diplomatic effort to bring about an early end to these wars and conflicts. Furthermore, I firmly believe creative reconstruction we have cultivated can certainly contribute to this cause. In fact, Hyogo Prefecture has explored how creative reconstruction can be applied to the reconstruction of Ukraine, which is at war. We have compiled proposals centered on reconstruction funding, community participation, and the transmission of experience and learnings. Also, we have created this culture of disaster storytelling, where those who have overcome disasters pass on their experience, prevents these memories from fading and connect to future disaster prevention and mitigation efforts. We hope to spread this as a new form of public diplomacy to the world. This culture of storytelling should be useful not only for disaster mitigation and preparedness, but also for prevention of war. Sharing and accumulating memories and learnings create history. Let us, parliamentarians, gather here at this IPU Assembly once again strongly recognize the power of storytelling and transform the current global anxiety into hope. Thank you very much for your attention.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, and I now give the floor to Ms. O'Neill, speaking on behalf of the delegation of Australia. He has just 1 minute.
Mr. President, colleagues, what a pleasure it is to address you this afternoon. I have been allocated 1 minute. There is so much more that we want to talk about with our country's efforts towards securing hope and peace and ensuring justice for future generations. As an Australian, I am proud to stand here from a country that was a founding member of the United Nations. Australia has remained an active participant in the UN institutions for 80 years. And over this time, Australia has continued to uphold, strengthen and promote agreed international rules and norms, promote transparency and diplomatic dialogue, and to invest in global, regional and international partnerships. You could see from our contribution of Mr. Milton Dick, the Speaker of Australia, yesterday, his efforts at building collaboration across the globe for the support of our emergency item. With regard to the United Nations in particular, Australia is committed to enhancing the UN peacekeeping architecture to provide a greater focus on conflict prevention, inclusion and social cohesion, while also addressing the root causes of conflict and instability. Can I acknowledge also my colleagues from the Asia Pacific and our regional efforts to work towards the building of hope, peace and justice for future generations. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Paraguay. Who has 5 minutes. Good afternoon, President, officials, distinguished parliamentarians from around the world. I come from High Panela, an area that brings together various regions. From Paraguay, we have crossed continents to be here in Turkey with a clear aim to make our voice heard and define clear actions. I'm speaking with the voice of a nation that has experienced the pain of war, but also we know the immense value of peace, rebuilt with genuine justice. Paraguay is a nation marked by resilience. And here in this forum, what better place to say that clearly? The nation of Paraguay exists thanks to women, and the nation of Paraguay has been rebuilt by women with unshakable confidence after the wars and conflicts. And that is a truth that lives in all of us. And it prompts us to look towards the future. And at this assembly of the IPU, we have a powerful opportunity because we are here not just to say words, but call for parliamentary actions, bold, audacious actions, which looks at the situation of women and children, looks at conflict and recognizes there is no alternative to action. We need to make a resolution on the role of parliaments in the establishment of robust mechanisms to resolve conflicts. We need immediately mixed committees to ensure disarmament and genuine economic reintegration and rehabilitation of ex-combatants. We also need programs that fully respect international law and fight terrorism in all its forms without compromise. We also would support a resolution designed to construct a fair, sustainable, global economy, responding to suffocating protectionism. What we need to do are develop clear and transparent rules, reduce unfair tariffs, reinvest the resources in quality areas, making sure that women and children are included in justice, particularly climate justice. We have strategic alliances and deep solidarity with the United States, with Israel, whose commitment to democracy and parliamentary work we share. We repudiate any effort to expel Israel in this forum. In the context of the GRULAC, we are promoting sincere and open dialogue as the only possible bridge towards lasting peace. Istanbul, a city with thousands of years of history, is a place for us to make this commitment, to ensure that this assembly doesn't finish with just words, but a real decision to act. It is time to act decisively. Let us adopt bold laws, genuine cooperation as we move towards peace, hope and justice, so that our children and future generations get what they deserve. Thank you very much.
Merci, chers collègues.
ありがとうございます。
Désormais, au monde. Chers collègues, vous avez 3 minutes.
You have 3 minutes.
Distinguished Chair, esteemed colleagues, today we speak of hope, peace and justice for future generations. But for small countries like Montenegro, these are not abstract ideas. These are daily responsibilities and real challenges. Small state may not possess great political and military power, but we offer something equally vital, a deep commitment to dialogue, cooperation and solidarity. For us, multilateralism is not a choice, it's a necessity. When the international system weakens, small states feel it first and most acutely. That is why we are natural advocates for strengthening trust among nations and upholding international law. In a time marked by growing divisions, armed conflicts and declining trust in institutions, parliaments have a crucial role to play. Our responsibility goes beyond legislation. We must build bridges between citizens and governments, between nations and between present and future generations. Montenegro firmly believes that sustainable peace cannot exist without inclusion. This means greater participation of young people and women in decision-making. It means listening to those who will live with the consequences of decisions we make today. If we fail to include future generations now, we risk losing their trust tomorrow. At the same time, we face new complex challenges, from climate change to the rapid development of artificial intelligence. Small states may lack the resources to tackle these issues alone, but through international cooperation, we can be active and responsible partners. We must ensure that technology serves humanity, rather than becoming a source of new inequalities and insecurity. Distinguished colleagues, hope is not passive. It is built through possible policies, meaningful dialogue, and genuine solidarity. Small states remind you that no country is too small to contribute to peace, but also that no country is large enough to solve global challenges alone. Let us choose cooperation over division, long-term vision over short-term interests, and responsibility toward future generation above all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Le prochain est...
Our colleague from Guyana for 3 minutes has the floor.
Distinguished Chair, the theme that unites us today is a moral imperative, a reminder with thundering clarity that the work of lawmaking is nothing less than the work of hope itself. Guyana carries a vision and a reputation larger than its borders. It is a nation that has known division and chosen unity, known conflict and chosen dialogue. Guyana's parliament is the cornerstone of our democracy, a system defined by inclusivity. 37% of parliamentarians in Guyana are women and 44% youth. Figures that speak not merely to progress, but to purpose. Youth take their seats in the National Assembly annually to debate, nurturing critical thinking, respectful dialogue, and the confidence to speak truth to power. For us, Guyana, democracy is not merely a system of governance, but a living, breathing force that nurtures hope and safeguards peace for generations to come. Guyana's parliament drives sustainability, growth through the low-carbon development strategy of 2030, protecting forests and promoting renewable energy. It advances poverty reduction, food security, and embraces digital governance. Our parliament is a decisive force in deepening democratic governance through constitutional reform and strengthening of statutory commissions by ensuring their mandates are robustly resourced and operationally independent. Guyana's active interparliamentary cooperation fosters the exchange of best practices for democratic governance and conflict resolution. Our parliament has contributed to advancing peace and justice by supporting initiatives that promote human rights, electoral integrity, anti-corruption measures, played a mediating role in regional disputes, and endorse multilateral agreements that reinforce collective security and sustainable development goals, enacted transformative legislation driving fiscal responsibility and social progress. By aligning our national laws and policies with the principles of the UN Pact, we are demonstrating our commitment to a more peaceful and equitable world. Justice in the 21st century demands more than good laws. It demands accessible governance. The Ask a Gov platform is being developed as part of Guyana's transformative Digital Guyana initiative, and the Data Protection Act of 2023 lays the legislative groundwork for digital democracy built on trust. Guyana's parliament is more than an institution. It is Guyana's greatest promise to her people, a promise that their voices matter, their hopes are sovereign, and peace is not merely the absence of conflict, but the deliberate act of building a society where the dignity and rights of every citizen is preserved. Future generations will ask one question only: when it mattered, did you act? The answer will not be spoken, it will be written in the laws we pass, the peace we preserve, and the hope we refuse to surrender. The future is already watching. I thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. The next one, Poland, for 1 minute.
Distinguished Chair, distinguished colleagues, peace negotiations have long been imagined as rooms full of men, from Vienna to Oslo. For centuries, women were largely excluded from these processes, creating a gap between lived experience and decision made at the negotiating table. 25 years ago, the UN Security Council adopted Resolution 1325, recognizing that women's full and meaningful participation is essential to peace and security. Yet, progress remains slow. In 2024, women made up only 7% of negotiators and 14% of mediators, and many formal peace processes still exclude women entirely. And this is not simply a matter of equality or representation.
Please conclude.
It is a matter of security and of building durable peace. Because peace is not achieved just by signing a document. It is built and sustained in communities through the long, difficult process of rebuilding trust, stability, and social cohesion. In that process, women are often at the forefront as community leaders and organizers, helping societies heal from conflict. That is precisely why their perspective must be present in decision-making, not less, but arguably even more than in times of peace. This is where parliaments have a crucial role to play. Women parliamentarians can bring perspectives that are too often missing from formal peace processes.
Thank you very much.
1 second.
Yes,
Representative
1 minute,
parliaments,
please.
diverse in gender, age, and background, can bridge the gap between formal negotiations and real societal needs emerging in post-conflict societies. Because decision-making is essential to build peace and restoring a sense of security, and peace can only be sustained when it belongs to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. The next one, Portugal. Mexico, please.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, President, members of the IPU. I'm speaking to you today in representation of Mexico and in uncertain times, with the knowledge that politics cannot hide in words. It has to defend principles, rights, and freedoms. Talking about peace, hope, and justice for future generations compels us to speak the truth. What is the truth? That the world is in a period of utmost fragility. Wars are destroying entire communities. Authoritarian regimes are using populist approaches but fracturing societies. Violence is impacting millions of families, and there is increasing citizen mistrust towards institutions. In response, we parliamentarians have to set a clear course. Rather than managing stagnation, we have a humanist, democratic, and a fully humanist view in Mexico. We understand that peace cannot be built when one is silent about freedoms, nor can justice be given when institutions are eroded. Genuine peace is born from rights, a respect for differences, and never can be imposed from outside. Thank you. This assembly should recall that hope cannot be decreed, it must be built. Peace cannot be improvised, it must be nurtured with justice, and justice will not be possible for future generations if we forego our democratic duties. Mexico has many problems at home, and therefore our voice needs to be clear. There can be no peace without lasting justice. Without security, there's no genuine peace. And without putting human dignity at the center of our political work, there is no future to leave to future generations. Thank you.
The next one, Portugal, for 1 minute.
Distinguished Chair, colleagues, we cannot speak about global challenge as if they were distant. They are not. Their impact is real and it's growing. Regional conflicts do not stay within their borders. They affect us all. They create instability, increase poverty, damage economies, and lead to more and more refugees. Ignoring this reality will only make the consequences worse. We should also be honest. Every euro spent on war is a euro not spent on education, healthcare, and development. And the cost grows over time, in lost opportunities and in generations without real prospects. That is why we must be clear. We need to work towards ending all wars, not managing them, not accepting them, ending them. This requires political courage and real commitment. Our role is not to make vague statements, is to fight for the conditions that allow people to improve their lives with stability, security, and real opportunities. There is no development without peace, and no lasting peace without fairness. Where inequality and exclusion exist, conflict will follow. We must also be clear about one risk. When we move away from a rules-based international order, we drift into improvisation, into the law of the strongest, and towards abuse of the power. We cannot allow this. Mr. Chair, colleagues, we need action, not just words, stronger institutions, real cooperation, because our responsibility is simple, to protect the future, not just react to crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next one, the Suriname for 1 minute. You have the floor.
Distinguished Chair, colleagues, as we move toward our conclusions, our deliberations must reflect the full reality of today's global context. The world is facing escalating conflicts and growing instability from Ukraine to Gaza and beyond. These crises are interconnected and their consequences reach far beyond security. They are also shaping the future of our young people. The World Bank has warned of growing structural challenges. The world economy is not creating enough decent and sustainable jobs for the youth. When youth people are excluded from meaningful economic participation, the risks are clear: greater vulnerability, social instability, and declining trust in institutions. I therefore encourage that our report explicitly link conflicts, economic disruptions, and youth employment, emphasize decent work as a foundation for sustainable peace, and call for stronger international cooperation to expand opportunities for future generations. A generation without prospect is a risk the world cannot afford. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, dear colleagues. Le prochain, c'est Islande pour 2.
Iceland for 2 minutes is the next speaker.
You have the floor, dear colleagues.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, it is a great pleasure for me to say a few words about the political, economic, and social situation in the world from the perspective of our very vital theme. Millions of children live in poverty around the world. According to the World Bank and UNICEF, more than 400 million children live in extreme poverty, surviving on less than $3 a day, with the largest concentration in sub-Saharan Africa. Yet, child poverty is not limited to low-income countries. It is a global challenge affecting both low and high-income societies. Poverty takes many forms, from extreme deprivation, where children lack the basic necessities to survive, to relative poverty, where children are unable to participate fully in the opportunities and living standards considered normal in their society. In Iceland, one of the world's richest countries, far too many families face housing insecurity and lack the means to support the children's well-being. These children often do not have the same opportunities as their peers, nor the ability to choose and pursue their own interests. Children who grow up in poverty are more likely to face poor health, learning difficulties, and social isolation. These challenges often persist into childhood, limiting access to education, stable employment, and adequate income, and reinforcing cycle of intergenerational poverty. The costs to society are significant, placing pressure on health, education, welfare, and justice systems. We know what works: strong social protection systems, family-friendly policies such as paid parental leave, universal access to quality health and education, and ensuring that all children can participate fully in society. Addressing child poverty is not only a moral imperative, it is also a smart investment in more just, stable, and prosperous future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Le prochain, c'est l'Équateur.
Ecuador is the next speaker for 2 minutes.
Yes. Estimados colegas parlamentarios.
Esteemed parliamentary colleagues, being here constitutes a valuable opportunity and a huge opportunity and a weighty responsibility. Through our work in meetings, I have been struck by many moments that have remained in my mind and in my heart. For example, hearing Georgina a couple of days ago, the little girl who told us to keep on hoping for a better world, and the speeches on the participation of women in politics, the far-reaching analysis on how we can have more young parliamentarians, such as some of us already are. And that led me to reflect on the situation in my own country. In some ways, our figures are quite encouraging. The Ecuadorian Parliament is made up of 46% women and has a similar percentage of young parliamentarians. However, politics in general still striking the wrong note, is still creating negative associations. And I think that relates to how political campaigns are carried out. So I'd like to deliver a message at this moment. If we want more diverse and inclusive parliaments, it's necessary for politics to be accessible to all, to not depend on one's economic background, but rather one's ideas. And finally, allow me to remind you that a couple of days ago, when Georgina was asked if she wanted to become a politician, she said no. And for me, that's a clear signal that there's a lot left to do. Of course, maybe Georgina's path is different. Or maybe Georgina and other Georginas might, if we do our job, reply yes in the future, because there's no doubt we need more Georginas to say yes, and that is our job. Thank you.
Thank you. The next one is Ukraine. For 2 minutes, you have the floor, dear colleague.
Distinguished colleagues, Ukraine stands today not only defending its sovereignty, but defending the very principles upon which this institution is built. We are defending a principle that law must prevail over force. Because if the world accepts that might makes right, we will not have order, we will have chaos. For more than 4 years, Russia's full-scale invasion has tested this principle. Cities destroyed, thousands of lives lost, millions displaced, but the most dangerous consequence is global: the erosion of international law. If aggression is tolerated, it will be repeated elsewhere by others. There can be no double standards. Sovereignty and territorial integrity are not optional. They are a foundation of international peace. A just peace is not a pause. It is not a compromise with aggression. It is the full restoration of international law. At the same time, Ukraine continues to act responsibly. Despite the war, we can contribute to global food security and support regions that depend on stable supplies. But let us be clear. Stability cannot exist where aggression is rewarded. Today, every nation faced a choice: to defend the rules or to live in a world where rules no longer matter. Ukraine has made its choice. We ask you to stand with us. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you, dear colleague. We're now going to move to list D, young parliamentarians. Norway will be next, I think.
C'est à vous, chers collègues.
Please go ahead, dear colleague.
Distinguished colleagues, the current state of the world is having a huge impact on future generations. At the moment, we are failing them. The wars and conflicts that are dominating so many places in the world are taking away the future of our youth. Russia's aggression in Ukraine is effectively erasing the future of young Ukrainians. The conflict in Sudan is leaving a generation behind without hope. And the list of conflicts goes on. There are too many examples, and we need to find a way towards peace. The focus on raging war and conflict and the lack of attention to peace are also taking away our attention of other issues. War is in direct opposition to sustainable development. We see the removal of funding of important initiatives to advance social development, give more people access to education, strengthening sexual and reproductive rights, and many other topics that lay the foundation for a future where people have more freedoms and possibilities. And we are lagging behind in battling climate change. As a young parliamentarian, this is of major concern to me. Because climate change is an existential threat for us all, but the impact will be the responsibility of future generations to carry. Today, as the glaciers in my own country are being erased and the extreme weather events intensify, we also find that conflicts displace the very communities most vulnerable to the environmental collapse. When nations are locked in geopolitical rivalry, the trust necessary for ambitious multilateral climate agreements evaporates. When defense budgets swell and diplomatic channels narrow, the space for cooperative action on emissions, renewable energy transition, and so on, they disappear. We cannot afford to treat peace and climate action on separate agendas. To allow the crisis of today to take away the future of the generations yet to come would not merely be a political failure, it would be a profound moral one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. La parole est...
Colleague from the Democratic Republic of the Congo will be next.
C'est à vous, cher collègue.
You have the floor. Honorable President, distinguished parliamentarians, I'm taking the floor on behalf of a generation which is aware of its responsibility, not to call for any particular claims, but to try to convey a very lucid voice, determined to find sustainable solutions to the problems we face. It's the voice of Congolese youth. The theme for this general debate is a tangible reality for Congolese youth. And my country, under President Felix Tshisekedi Tshilombo, is continuing to make constant efforts to promote peace, strengthen the rule of law, and reform its institutions, and promote governance that really takes into account the needs and aspirations of its people, including youth and women. I think it's worth bearing in mind three key convictions that I have, and that is that you cannot just decree peace. Peace is built through ongoing dialogue, respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity of nations, and an end to hostilities. Parliamentary diplomacy, of course, has a major role to play in that respect. My second conviction is that faith in institutions remains at the heart of their legitimacy. It is strengthened through transparency, accountability, and a continued interest in the public interest. Justice, or intergenerational justice, means that we need to look to the future. We need to adopt laws focusing on education, employment, the environment, the digital world, and the protection of natural resources in order to hand down to future generations, not a burden, but a sustainable legacy. But Congolese youth remains hopeful and ambitious. In spite of the challenges in the east of the country, in particular as a result of the aggression perpetrated by Rwanda, nurturing hope, securing peace, and ensuring justice for future generations is, for us, a common ambition, but also a duty incumbent upon all of us. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Abdu from Australia has the floor.
Thank you, colleagues. Parliaments have an obligation to respond and shape how change is realised within and across societies. I am proud to represent a community in Australia driven by purpose and with pride in our area, an area that has built much and remains determined to build what comes next. We are living through a structural economic shift. Production is moving away from traditional manufacturing toward technology-intensive sectors. Yet this transition is deeply uneven. Its gains are concentrated while disruptions are widely shared across countries at different stages of development, across regions and across economic fault lines. Without deliberate policy, technological change risks reinforcing global and domestic inequalities rather than reducing them. For some, it creates new opportunity. For others, it deepens existing vulnerabilities. Labour markets are no longer stable or predictable. The model of front-loaded education followed by lifelong employment is fraying. Instead, economies require continuous skill systems where reskilling and upskilling are accessible and responsive to change. Young people will carry the consequences of policy decisions. We are entering a state of continuous economic adjustment with corresponding skills development needed across these stages. This places a responsibility on parliaments to build institutions that are effective and forward-looking, education systems that evolve with technology, labour policies that protect workers' rights in forms of employment that are increasingly less static, and development strategies that reflect differing national contexts rather than assuming a single pathway. It also requires recognising young people as co-creators of policy. Their inclusion is essential to ensuring that policy reflects lived economic realities, recognising that economic resilience will depend on their ability to navigate the change ahead, not just inherit it. The task is to shape this transition deliberately, equitably, and with a clear understanding of the social and economic realities shaping Australia, the Asia-Pacific, and the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. La parole est à notre collègue, Madame.
Our colleague, Ms. Mashawi from Tunisia, has the floor. You have the floor.
السيد الرئيس.
Mr. President, at the outset, I have the honor, on behalf of the Tunisian delegation and on my own behalf, to extend my deepest gratitude to the Republic of Turkey, its leadership and its people for their generous hospitality and for the excellent organization of our sittings, so as to best reflect the long-standing position of Turkey as a meeting point for civilizations and parliaments. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I am speaking to you today as a Tunisian woman, as an Arab young woman, to ask you a very simple question in form, but very deep indeed. How can we strengthen and nourish hope in a world predominated by disenchantment and frustration? How can we talk about peace when women in Lebanon and Gaza are bombed, when entire families are being erased, when hospitals, schools, places of worship are being destroyed in more than one Arab and Islamic country? Prayers and worshippers are forbidden for over 40 days to go into the Al-Aqsa Mosque at the peak of the pilgrimage season. How can we inherit a better world? How can we leave and bequeath a better world to future generations if our children today are living in poverty and dispossession? As a matter of fact, hope cannot be built on double standards. Some people are speaking and brandishing the slogans of human rights, lecturing us about the need to respect human rights and international instruments. How can you lecture us on international law while you remain silent and stand idle when you see these rights being violated in front of the watchful eye of this world? What message are you sending future generations? Are you really telling them that justice serves certain interests, or that international law can be misconstrued when it is to protect the interests of the strongest? Why did you build the international order in the wake of World War II? And what is the use of having the United Nations in this grim reality internationally, while we see violence widespread, when we see certain entities considering themselves states acting above the law? Now, when it comes to gender, you cannot speak of peace without protecting women, and you cannot speak of the future without protecting children. Women in conflict zones are not only victims, they are peacemakers if you give them the chance to be. What peace are you expecting from girls if girls are deprived of education and bombed in the middle of schools? We have numerous examples in our Arab region of these practices. Children are deprived of their most basic rights, the right to life. Hope is not a slogan we brandish and wave in our faces. It is a commitment. Peace is not something that we only talk about. Justice is not an unfulfilled promise for future generations. It is something that we need to focus on today. We should end selectivity in implementing international law, and we should translate our promises into an effective protection of women and children in all war zones. Thank you.
Je laisse la parole.
And I give the floor to our colleague, Mr. Sanchez Rodriguez from Mexico.
vengo en
I speak on behalf of my country and my generation in Mexico. My name is Ernesto Sanchez. I'm Mexican, and I'm an opposition delegate in Mexico. The situation in my country is very complicated. As the UN has pointed out, more than 132,000 people have disappeared, the majority of them young people. And just a few months ago, the new judiciary was set in place, giving it greater independence, which gives us a chance for greater justice. I represent the state of Quintana Roo, where you have the most famous beach, Cancun, in Mexico, where we really need to rebuild the social fabric. But instead of dealing with those challenges properly, the current regime has polarized our country as a political strategy. Denouncing that reality as a part of the opposition party means showing great bravery. We see hundreds of thousands of Mexicans who are brave enough to do so across the country, from the north to the south to the east, in Mexico, Veracruz, Tamaulipas, all over the country. I represent all of them here in Turkiye, speaking to you today. I got into politics at the age of 16, and I'm part of a generation that believes that democracy can still overturn any autocratic regime. To seek education, we need bravery. We need to have all of the necessary tools to create a more prosperous future. All young people deserve to go to school without suffering from disappearance or recruited into organized crime. They deserve an education, but they also deserve healthcare and inspiration. Young people deserve a better future, and they deserve a better present. So to conclude, allow me to say that our work as parliamentarians is to ensure that laws are adopted and public policies are identified, and that the necessary resources are made available to implement them and to bring these people hope. Because those of us who've got into politics know that a country can't just be for the few, but it must be for all. Opportunities mustn't just be for the select few, they must be for all. And so allow me to conclude, fellow parliamentarians, by saying that I call for greater unity in order to build the common good for Mexico, for my continent, and for the world. Thank you very much. Thank you. And the colleague now from Ireland will have the floor, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Chairperson. Agus Gurmaha give Don Winter on Turk, Don Falchamora Torshiv Dun, Ira and Shaktan Shaw. Thank you to the people of Turkey for the great welcome that you've given us throughout the last week. Coming from Ireland, a small nation on the western periphery of Europe, after centuries of economic struggles, we clearly understand the challenges posed by emigration and the generations of brain drain caused by the departure for economic reasons of many of our most highly skilled and qualified young people. Over the last 20 years, however, this trend has flipped completely. Ireland has seen unprecedented economic growth and opportunity. The old challenges of immigration have been replaced by what is for us the very new experience of immigration and population growth. As a country, we have very successfully worked towards and achieved strong economic progress, but unfortunately without the necessary planning for the consequences of this economic success. In terms of infrastructure, and most especially the lack of housing supply, our young people feel the consequences of this most sharply in their daily lives. Ireland, from an international point of view, can be looked on as a study case for any small nation that aspires to economic success as to how planning for the consequences of economic success must not be neglected in the strive for this economic growth, and how sharply this lack of planning can impact on the circumstances of those young people starting out in their lives. Thank you.
Merci, cher.
Thank you, dear colleague. The colleague from Thailand has the floor.
Honorable Chair, dear colleagues, Sawadee krap. I'm honored to be here on behalf of the young people of Thailand. We meet at a time of global uncertainty, from geopolitical tensions, trade conflicts, to transnational cybercrime and the climate crisis. Many young people feel hopeless and ask the difficult question, are we giving them a world full of hope or a world of burdens? That is why our theme, Nurturing Hope, Securing Peace, and Ensuring Justice for Future Generations, is so timely and truly telling. To achieve this, we must empower young people. They have the full potential to shape the future, but they need the space to shape it. One of the strengths of the IPU is its belief in the power of young people and space provided for them to contribute. Thailand shares this same belief. Today, Thailand is increasingly driven by a new generation of leaders across all sectors. Together, we are driving a sustainable economy, improving education, addressing climate impacts, tackling scam networks, and reforming public administration to ensure a transparent and fair system for all. However, today's challenges cannot be solved by any one country alone. We must work together through sincere global cooperation with real action and real results for our people. This includes supporting future leaders with future skills, expanding economic and political opportunities, and promoting sustainable development. Dear colleagues, we have learned how much we can lose when we are divided, but we have also learned how much we can gain when we are together. So let us work together to empower young people, turn these lessons into action, and build a world filled with hope, peace, and justice for future generations. Thank you. ขอบคุณครับ
Merci, cher collègue.
Thank you, dear colleague. And I give the floor to our colleague Hakobian from Armenia.
Thank you, Honorable Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. It's a privilege to address this assembly on a theme that is a moral imperative for our generation. I come from Armenia, a country moving toward a new era of stability. On August 8, 2025, we turned the historic page. The joint declaration signed with Azerbaijan was more than more milestone. It was a commitment to mutual sovereignty grounded in the 1991 Almaty Declaration. Today, for the first time in decades, we have seen nearly 2 years without victims along borders. The silence of the guns is our most powerful message of hope. And hope becomes lasting when it delivers real benefits. Through the Trump Road for International Peace and Prosperity, TRIP, we are transforming the South Caucasus into a hub of connectivity. Last November, a cargo train from Azerbaijan reached Armenia via Georgia for the first time since 1991. We are also ready to facilitate transit between Azerbaijan and Turkiye, believing that interdependence is the best antidote to animosity. My government has embraced the vision of real Armenia, a state anchored within its internationally recognized borders. By choosing diplomacy, we have also secured the return of our citizens from captivity. As we approach our parliamentary election in June 2026, our goal is to make peace and democracy irreversible. We have learned that our destinies are interconnected. If we do not safeguard our peace, no one else will. Armenia stands ready to build a future where borders are not barriers, but gateways to cooperation. Thank you.
Merci, chers collègues.
Thank you, dear colleague. And I give the floor to Ms. Kasayeva from Azerbaijan.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, distinguished guest. Young people are one of the fundamental driving forces shaping the future of every society. And in this regard, the decisions taken today will have a lasting impact on the lives of future generations. The crises we are facing in today's world are not isolated issues, but interconnected global challenges. The weakening of trust in international law, gaps in its implementation mechanisms, and growing social inequalities pose serious risk to international peace and stability. This reality shows that parliaments must play a more active role in ensuring the implementation of international law at the national level and enhancing oversight of compliance with undertaken obligations. In this context, it's worth noting that the Republic of Azerbaijan's primary objective is to ensure lasting peace and stability in the region, with every step aimed at achieving this goal. The strength of parliaments comes from their role as a link between the people and the state. However, this connection can only be effective when decision-making processes are inclusive and all segments of society, particularly young people and women, are meaningfully involved. In this regard, Azerbaijan offers a wide range of opportunities for young people to realize their potential. Artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies bring both new opportunities and new risks. Therefore, parliaments should regulate technological development with a focus on human rights and public safety, while also adapting to these innovations to help share a better future. In today's challenging global environment, strengthening international cooperation remains essential. Countries cannot effectively address these challenges on their own, making parliamentary diplomacy an important tool for maintaining peace and stability. In conclusion, our main responsibility is to leave future generations a more just, secure, and hopeful world. Thank you.
Thank you, dear colleagues. La parole est à notre collègue.
Our colleague from Liechtenstein has the floor.
Dear Mr. President, distinguished colleagues from all over the world, I have the honor to speak today as a young parliamentarian from Liechtenstein, a small country whose parliament reached a new record of young MPs following the last elections in 2025. When our generation talks about hope, peace, and justice, we talk about the world we are growing into and the world we will one day be responsible for. And yes, today we see challenges and uncertainty, but we also see a lot of opportunities and a generation that is more connected than ever before. And that is where hope begins, and hope grows when young people feel included, when they are not only the subject of political discussions, but also part of the process. Participation is not just a symbol, it is the foundation of trust. If we want to secure peace, we must invest not only in institutions, but also in people. Peace is built long before conflicts arise, through education, inclusion, and mutual understanding. And when we talk about justice for future generations, we have to look beyond short-term solutions, because our generation will live with the consequences of today's decisions. Dear colleagues, around the world, young people are engaged, informed, and ready to contribute. They are not turning away from democracy. They are asking to be part of it. So let us build bridges between generations, because hope is nothing we simply pass on. It is something we build together. Thank you.
Thank you, dear colleagues. La parole est...
Our colleague from Canada, Mr. Chong, has the floor.
Fellow parliamentarians and friends, I am honored to join this global conversation as a member of the Canadian Parliament. I stand before you as a parliamentarian who is Asian, immigrant, and proud gay. My presence here was not guaranteed. It is the result of barriers being challenged and systems being changed. So let me be very clear. The most powerful force in systems change is not policy, not funding, not programs. It is mindset. Because policies reflect mindset, funding follows mindset, and programs are built on mindset. If we do not change how we think, we will rebuild the same system that produced inequality, just more efficiently and effectively. In Canada, change started with truth. In 2017, our Prime Minister acknowledged in the House of Commons the systematic harm against two LGBTQIA+ individuals. But truth does not change system, action does. And action begins the moment we stop accepting outcomes as predetermined. Because what we call inequality is very often design. Systems are not neutral. They are built on priorities. They are built with biases, with consequences, and they deliver exactly what they are designed to deliver. If we want new outcomes, we must redesign with intention. That means bringing new voices into decision-making. That means shifting power. That means choosing courage over comfort. Because when we change who decides, we change who the system serves, and that changes everything. So the question is not whether systems change. The question is this: will we redesign them intentionally, decisively, or will we allow them to keep failing people as designed? I urge all parliamentarians to address barriers faced by youth, women, people with disabilities, immigrants, and to LGBTQIA+ people, and to act with urgency to remove them. It is my responsibility, and equally, it is yours. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, chers collègues. La parole est à notre...
Thank you very much, and I'll give the floor to the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, Mr. Metadza. Apologies, it's our colleague from Iran, Ms. Rafai, you have the floor.
English. In the name of God, the most beneficent, the most merciful, my dear colleagues, I come from a land that throughout the 2,500 years of civilization and governance has never initiated a war. A people who thousands of years ago drafted and implemented the first true charter of human rights. Yes, I'm talking about Iran. However, 50 days ago, this land was targeted by military attacks from the cursed Israeli regime and the vile United States of America, resulting in the massacre of many of my fellow countrymen and women. Yet I salute to people who, contrary to the unusual behavior during the times of war and crisis, did not migrate, did not flee, but instead stayed, resisted under bombs, and every night in unity and solidarity raised their voices in defense of their homeland and their system. Dear colleagues, the targets of the brutal attack were not only military centers and defense facilities, but the Americans, their bombs fell on the elementary schools in Minab, where 168 young school children, boys and girls, were killed. just like Georgiana who came here and spoke, just like her, and all were killed. 168. Don't forget that. Since that day, these were they were supposed to be the bombs of democracy, and they have targeted the process of education in my country, and they have disrupted, which is a natural right of our children, especially in a country where 98% of the population is literate. Democracy bombs from American bases in the regional countries struck the learned the sports hall, killing 21 young female athletes, children and teenagers. Israeli and American bombs in cooperation with their servants in the region targeted universities and healthcare centers of my country. These bombs attack essential civilian infrastructure such as the B1 bridge in the city of Karaj, the largest bridge in the Middle East, built solely to facilitate and accelerate people's transportation. They destroyed 120 cultural and historical monuments registered internationally in Iran. Furthermore, the state-sponsored terror machinery of the United States and the Israeli regime did not kill our young scientists, but also killed our highest political and religious leader, along with his 4-month-old grandchild. They also assassinated Dr. Larijani, a full university professor, a philosopher, thinker, and 3-term speaker of the parliament in Iran, along with his talented young son, Dr. Morteza. And these are just a crime. I thank the government of Turkey for giving me the chance to be here.
Monsieur.
Thank you. Our colleague from Peru has the floor, Mr. Soto Palacios.
Okay. Señor Presidente.
President, good afternoon. Colleagues from parliaments around the world. First of all, thank you to our brothers from Istanbul for your warm welcome and congratulations on your beautiful country. We're here again to discuss an issue of fundamental importance, promoting peace, but nurturing hope and ensuring justice for future generations. With peace, we can look towards a brighter future. It is a universal desire, but to guarantee it, we need to guarantee impartial justice and fulfillment of human rights. That's the only way we can maintain social order in the world. There are wars in the world, impairing our stability, so let's work to ensure that disputes are resolved peacefully. We cannot contemplate further deaths of millions of innocents. That is not the path to peace. So I propose that the IPU issues a declaration calling on leaders of the world who have their differences to set aside their bellicose attitudes and take a responsible, peace-based approach. We owe future generations a better world where peace, hope, and justice win out over arbitrary decisions and the pursuit of war. I can't close without once again thanking the IPU for giving me the opportunity to be part of this important organization for 5 years and arranging the 11th Conference of Young Parliamentarians in my home country, Peru. Thank you. Thank you. Our colleague from Ukraine, Ms. Tashiva, you have the floor.
Madame Vasilenko, pardon.
Sorry, apologies. Ms. Vasilenko.
Merci, Président. Dear colleagues, distinguished guests, hope, justice, peace. Such important concepts in the world of today. Justice preconditions long-term peace. Without justice, peace remains only a hope. A pause between wars at best, benefiting the...
امروز عدالت در بسیاری از جای دنیا در غیبت داشته از سال 2014 که در اوکراین که غیبت داشته و برای ما در اوکراین این تجاوز هرگز پایان نمیپذیرد و ما تبعاتش هر روز میبینیم. در سال 2014 در واقع جامعه جهانی نتونست به مسائل خودش انجام بده. و ما مجبور شدیم به مقاومت خودمون تا الان ادامه بدیم و روسیه تنش‌ها رو افزایش داد در سالهای گذشته و وقتی که یک تجاوز بدون مجازات بمونه وقت الان اتفاق میفته و میبینیم که در خاورمیانه در آفریقا اینا دارن متعدد میشن، نه اینکه حل و فصل بشن. من به عنوان یک زن و یک مادر، بسیاری از بچه ها اونا نمیدونن که یه چیزای خوب به چه شکل هست. اونا نمیتونن، باید در واقع الان بیان و ببینن، تشخیص بدن که صدای یک پهپاد با یک موشک چه فرقی با هم داره. عوض اینکه صداهای خوب بشنون و بازی بکنن، باید در پناهگاه ها سکونت گزینند و این چیزی هستش که وقتی که ما اینجا هستیم، ما اینجا میایم در مورد صحبت میکنیم و امنیت همکاران به خاطر بچه های خودمون و برای آینده ما نباید ناکام بمونیم و وقت جنگ ها نباید اینطور باشند و اینکه بمونن، باقی بمونن و بدون مجازات بمونن. من اینو میگم نه فقط از تئوری، بسیاری از بنابراین شفافیت وجود باید داشته باشه، پاسخگویی باید وجود داشته باشه و این کارها رو انجام بدید، نه به خاطر فقط اوکراین بلکه به خاطر خودتون و کودکانتون و فرزندانتون و عدالت، به خاطر عدالت. متشکرم. متشکرم. من آخرین سخنران هستم. مرسی به خاطر تاباوریتون. نسای آینده دموکراسی با چالش‌های همچون تغییرات اقلیمی، تکنولوژی‌های نوین و ناکارآمدی‌های ساختاری روبرو هستند. تمرکز بر عدالت میان نسلی و تغییرات بنیادی برای مشارکت دادن نسل جوان در تصمیم گیری های کلان سیاسی ضروری می باشد. نسل معروف زد، حضور فعال نسل جوان در تغییرات سیاسی و اجتماعی ساختارهای دموکراتیک فعلی ما را با چالش و بازآفرینی مواجه کرده است و دموکراسی اقلیمی در دیوانهای حقوق بشر به سمت پذیرش تعهدات اقلیمی برای تضمین آینده نسل‌های بعدی حرکت می‌کنند و ما باید ساختارها را مورد بازآفرینی قرار بدیم. برخی از تحلیلگران بر این باورند که دموکراسی فعلی بیش از حد حالگرا هستند و برای بقا نیاز به طراحی دوباره ساختارها به منظور در نظر گرفتن منافع نسل‌های آینده دارند.
As well as in intergenerational dialogue. In this spirit, PAM has established the Youth Initiative, an open platform designed to connect existing youth fora and political leaders and parliamentarians among the Euro-Mediterranean and Gulf regions. By championing a model of parliamentary diplomacy that prioritizes long-term regional resilience over short-term gains, PAM remains dedicated to building a Mediterranean region where the next generation inherits a credit of hope, justice and peace rather than a debt of unresolved conflict. Let me also express the support of PAM for the ceasefire between the US and Iran and the recent ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon. The escalation has threatened to engulf the entire region with catastrophic consequences. Let us all work towards ensuring that this pause in hostilities matures into lasting peace and stability for our younger generations. Thank you.
Merci, chers collègues. Merci.
Thank you, dear colleague. So that concludes the general debate. Thank you very much for your kind attention and your participation, and look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 9 a.m. precisely for the election in the Governing Council of the new Secretary General. And of course, I invite you to the cultural evening, which is organized by our kind hosts, the country of Turkey. Thank you very much for your participation. Have a wonderful evening.